Keep moving on.
And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
Uh, Hi. Late start. Welcome in everybody to the Blue Water Gold League semifinal. It's a bit a different one this time. We were expecting a different series, but that one was rescheduled yesterday. So instead, we got Glacial Void and Pools Five's Mercenaries up against each other tonight. I'm Isaac. Alongside me is the regularly, I guess, caster Gebetto.
Yes, been here a few times. Some interesting bands already. The Evelyn getting banned away here. I mean, I'm not exactly sure, if that's even if it is comfort pick, a one trick, which I imagine that it is it unbeatable? And I guess Glacial Void are deciding right now that they're not going to want to play against that. Poppy, Oriana for Fools 5, and Jinx and the Wukong are going to do the other two. Hecarim banned away as well. Nico first pick, blasting through this draft pretty quickly. Jungle prioritization in the ban, some AD carry as well. But Nico first pick, quite flexible, most likely in the support, I would imagine.
Yeah, just off the bans, it looks like game one straight away we're looking for all the champions that these players are comfortable with, which is not too surprising necessarily. I think typically like the lower elo ratings you go, the com- comfort means a lot more and meta means a lot less. So getting the champions you want, especially if it's a takeaway for the other team in Fearless, is way to go. This is Fearless, right? I should have asked.
Yes.
Okay, cool. But yeah, so
Jinja
Nico
being here.
Sinjao. Oh,
Like maybe the best jungler in the game, to be honest, in my opinion. Ashe, I mean, if it is against the Nico, it's going to even that pressure out a little bit, but Nico still most likely going to win that lane. Could be an Ashe Braum. Nico Kai'Sa has been the pretty standard pairing of recent times. Kalista Nico as well, but there is, if I see a Kalista right now, I will be very mad. Caitlyn Kalista continuing on the range doesn't pair as well as with the Kai'Sa, but poke is poke. You're playing two ranged poke champions. It's going to be strong in the bot lane.
yeah, and also Caitlyn is Xiao Bao's like comfort champion so far this split. Picked 5 times before now, and I'd say it would have been 8 weeks across all series, if I'm correct.
I
So
think there's been 9.
9. Well, regardless, the point still stands is that it's over half the amount of series that this champion has been selected for Xiao Bao. It's one that they very clearly like and one that they prioritize. And alongside it will be the Vi for Glacial Void.
I mean, a ton of lockdown onto the Ashe. What's going to be the mid laner for Mercs is the important thing here. What are you going to be pairing with the Xin Zhao? It's going to be the Braum, like I was mentioning before, to go with the Ashe. So dropping at this mid position. I imagine then that Fools 5 have something in mid lane that they're comfortable playing against the Vi. There's not a ton of things that do fill that role, that fill simultaneously a position that will work well with the Xin Zhao, but also that do decently against the Vi. I mean, you could go towards a Talia yourself, that does pair well with the Vi. Ari is banned away, and that does pair well with the Vi, but so
Yeah.
does Talia. And take that away yourself on 4 here, because you don't want to give it over to Glacial Void. Take it. It's got a decent matchup into the Vi. Doesn't really have a great matchup into anyone else as of just right now, though, so doesn't feel the best. On the other side, for Glacial Void, the Talia does have a good matchup. It's got a good matchup with Xin Zhao. It's decent with Braum, if you can catch him when he's using the W. But other than that, I mean, the Swain ban doesn't make a ton of sense to me. It is going to be Victor, who, I mean, Vi's going to land pretty easily on top of. It has a pretty hard time against the Caitlyn. It gets outranged. Match with the Galio. I mean, I think that Glacial Void's comp is lacking a bit of damage here. Caitlyn, sure, if given space with the traps, does have a ton of damage, but what are you going to pick on, on 5 here? What's your top laner?
Yone, maybe? I know Bear has been a fan of that champion, having picked it 3 times so far, potentially. I'm thinking maybe. They've also been not. Oh, well, that's not a lot of damage now, is it?
No.
I was
I
hoping
would
to
love it as
see.
near.
Yeah, I was hoping to see some either like Yone or Cassiopeia, even Vladimir out of Bears. They have been willing to select that into the top lanes. Like you said, they were lacking damage there on the side
Mm.
of Glacial Void. I was kind of looking forward to one of those three, but the choice will be Zach. It's a comfort pick for Bear. I mean, on the side of Glacial Void, they've gone for a lot of comfort, and I was talking to Trimmy. They said they do like to play for the 5v5, which, I mean, their comp does very much show, but I gotta agree, the lack damage is an early concern for me as well.
The thing is a lot of teams say that. A lot of teams say, "Oh, we like to play for the 5v5," and then they draft Galio. It's like, okay, do you want to play side lanes? That's what you're drafting. That's what you're showing me here with the Galio Zac, like something that's going to push in a side lane that's going to want to be against this Mordekaiser in the later on in the game, against the Victor in the early game, maybe against the Victor if Zac is happy against this Mordekaiser. It doesn't scream to me 5v5 brawl like Caitlyn setting up traps, looking for a pick is more what I'm looking at here. You know, trap under the Vi ult. I think that Fool's 5 comp works a lot more in the team fight. This Mordekaiser is always a question mark pick for me though, because on one hand, I get it. If you're able to stomp lane super hard and, you know, in low elo, maybe that is something that you're looking to do pretty consistently. It works a ton. If you don't do that though, is it good at all? I mean, I don't think it's that great. Are you ever going to go to gap close against Caitlyn? No, probably not. Even if you flash, you're probably still not closing the gap to alter. Does it synergize at all with any of the team? Not particularly. You know, Braum ended up getting a ton of value with the Galio Zac Vi, but Mordekaiser, like, I feel like it's just such a hit or miss pick anywhere you pick it. Unless you're really strong on it, which maybe Mercs are, I'm never really a fan. But the rest of the draft is super solid.
Yeah, and hold on, brain. I, I'm going to be completely honest. My client was on at the same time, and I don't know what happened with my settings, but the voice volume was all the way up, and it was blasting in my ears. And I was doing my best trying to.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's on me. But I mean, I think I think Galio and Zach. I see what you mean with like the for the fight for like not necessarily playing for the 5v5, but I think if you think about it in terms of like as soon as if they can like keep Zach and Ash out of anybody's face, Caitlyn does have like a long enough range, and I think Nico can also do a surprising amount of damage to finish out the rest of the fight and keep the damage away from your own damage dealers. And you've got some pretty big boys there between Zac and Galio. You can definitely eat up quite a bit in that front. So at least in terms of what Trimmy has told me, is what I'm basing this off of. I could see why they might be thinking that way with their composition.
Yeah, I do like the Nico in particular in the support lane here. I mean, it's Ash Braum has one of the best support pairings in the entire game, and wins pressure out of most bot lanes. That is, but this Nico has been really rising in popularity. The Q cooldown and mana cost is, pardon me, both quite low. So taking her into any lane will make it very difficult. Oh, pardon me, the hiccups a little bit. Will make this lane very difficult for Ash to play. It's always great when you're able to land that ult as well. When you're able to land Pop Blossom, it's super great. I was talking before, on another game about how it does feel a little newbie to want to go for the turn into a minion ult all the time, but it works against pro players all the time. If you're sneaky with it, the one I was referring to in that cast was cannon wave came past, and then the next wave, the Nico player changed into a cannon and slotted right in the middle. And the player thought that they were getting another cannon wave and walked up for it and died. Like, it does just happen. This was in, LTA. So no matter what the player is, getting this, getting these Nico ults, getting these pop blossoms is very, very viable. I'm interested. Can you clone into little Zac bloblets? Because that would be tech.
Oh,
But
oh.
who knows? We'll have to see. I'm not a Nico player, but
I
that would be kind of brutal.
that would be. I mean, if you mean like the ones that you pick up for health, probably not. But if you're talking about like his little like passive bloblets, I
Yeah,
mean,
those ones.
I'm I don't see why not in terms of how it works. I'd be interested to see if that's something you can do. I mean, my guess would be unless if Nate, because the little bloblets would have to be like their own entity that like moves.
Yeah, I don't know how it's coded.
Yeah, but you could with Nico Dash, you could turn into basically anything. I mean, maybe that would be some absolutely hilarious things to see. I don't see the benefit of it, other than it'd be very funny. And
It would be funny.
being funny is benefit all of its own.
I mean, if you
Never
have it like stored up, you could, have Zac walk out, have you walk out a little bit later, turn into a bloblet. Zac gets baited. He's walking forward. You run towards the bloblet as the Zac player, and the enemy team's like, haha, you're not going to get anything from that. And then turn it into Nico, like, you get ulted, the whole team's in the bush. I feel like it's not the best transformation. The Callista W is my favorite one that I've seen. That one is crazy.
that
But there are targets to land on for Void with this Pop Blossom, right? The Ash, the Victor, completely immobile, lower range. I mean, Ash obviously has a ton of AD range, but Caitlyn outranges that. Victor does have decent range, but not crazy, and he's not going to be one-shotting from infinite range. So if Pop Blossom is landed onto those two, the Galio, Zac, Vi will tear them to pieces. But yeah, I am a little worried that Glacial Void might have a difficult time team fighting if Fools 5 are able to get their ducks in a row.
I think we'll just have to wait and see. But we'll go to a short break. But when we come right back, we'll be loaded onto the Rift for Game 1 between Glacial Void and Fools 5's Mercenaries. Don't go anywhere.
Ooh, actually.
Oh, shoot. Wait, we're straight away. Never mind.
We are in.
We absolutely are in. This is...
All right.
Give me a little bit. All right, yeah.
Time to lock in here. We've got the Mercs. The Mercs, I mean, I'm not going to say what I'm thinking, but if you've been following some gold lore and you see some of the names, you know what I'm talking about. But Glacial Void, I don't think I've had the chance to cast for these guys yet. These guys have been completely undefeated the entire season so far. I believe they've only dropped one game. I think their match record was 18-1, I believe is what it was. Maybe different, but I'm fairly sure they only dropped one in the regular season. Now picking quite an early game focused draft with the Caitlyn, with the Vi. Will fall off completely late game. We've got a bit of Zac scaling, bit of Galio scaling, sure. And Caitlyn doesn't do awfully late game, especially when you're up against an Ashe. But I mean, Glacial Void, in my eyes, do have to do well early game. They can't roll over, give over dragons. Victor will outscale. The Mordekaiser will do well late game, and Braum is going to do quite a lot of work against this team comp too.
Yeah, a lot of the damage going to be coming in. At least expect to be coming in from the Caitlyn here on the side of Glacial Void, just throwing up the Unbreakable. Will do a lot for the side of Fools 5, but immediately straight away as we get a look on the box, actually no, straight up to the top lane. Bears taking a beating from Timu Zeus, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
T1 aficionado.
Yeah, it's actually not. It's not Timu. It's actually him. He is. That's Zeus. He's taking a quick break from. He's playing against Genji Harmalife in like 12 hours. He's just come by, quickly play some BOL Masters, teach the players how to do. But yeah, I assume as well. I assume it's something like Jouer. I don't know how I'm gonna go around saying that Caitlyn name, but without
Yeah,
confirmation, we'll have
yeah.
to figure it out.
It's funny because on the I don't. It might be a name change, but on the match sheet, it's listed as Xiaobao, and
Oh, okay.
I wasn't given any sort of note from Timmy about a player swap of any sorts, and they have they, as in Glacial Void, have not had any players miss throughout the whole entire split, which honestly at the gold level is a miracle.
Yes, it is.
Like surely somebody in the 9 weeks, 10 weeks coming up to this would have to miss at least one game, but
They're locked in.
yeah.
Maybe I'll go with Jouer. I don't even know. That's not even probably how you say it. That would be like XEI, but Bear.
I don't know,
Fighting it all
Bear's
in
going to be
top.
taken low, and the moon is here as well. Bear will get the first one on the backside of that, though. It's a gank 2v1. The moon going to back
Doesn't
away
even get
here as he
traded.
knows Trimmy and Gel are up along their way to help out their top laner. So it isn't even a return of kills. The passive from the Zac getting immense value there. Straight away, Glacial Void getting on the board.
I mean, it's just unfortunate. I mean, Zeus no ignite. The Bear does have ignite and no flash. It's one of those situations where you underestimate the healing that this Zac is going to provide. It really just is unfortunate. You walk into the top, you take a great trade, nearly break open his passive earlier. And instead, it's turned around and the bot lane. Moon pathing down here, but he's going to be a bit before he full clears Gel. Waiting in the wings, will spot.
Gel. Okay, there is in the tri-brush there, and Free Curry will not get hit there. Will not get CC'd. Will keep himself alive a little longer, especially with the moon on the grubs. Will mean that Gel will just have to walk away from this gank. Oh, wait, hold on. Bear straight onto Temu Zeus once again. Will have to shield and heal up off of that, but is once again getting very low. Bear feeling incredibly nicely in this top lane.
Yeah, this might need to be an early grievous wounds of some kind, whether that's a bramble vest, which you probably don't want to have to go in this matchup, or what do you go there? The Oblivion Orb doesn't feel the best at all.
Feels terrible as well.
Yeah, it does feel pretty bad right now for Mordekaiser, but the healing is too much. It is going to be early Oblivion Orb, so yeah, it's going to feel pretty bad. But Soda's getting solid, like level 4. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world, right? It's one kill. You're even in CS because you managed to get back to lane with the TP. As long as, in my opinion, you don't take any more all-ins, maybe before you get ult, try to take some 2v1s if the moon can path up to the top lane. Just focus on CSing, and that's all you can really do, right? CS is even. Maybe you have an ult timer at level 6, but Zeus wants to continue the fight.
Yeah, he's going in. There's not stopping. Bears look really healthy. Still has the ult available should he choose to use it. Still holding onto it. Just for now, won't try to get that extra kill onto Temu Zeus there. But as you mentioned, passing towards the top side, here comes the rest of the Fools 5's Mercenaries. Bears going to run away, spotting that out, and it will actually open up the Drake for the side of Glacial Void to take for free.
Yeah, I just don't understand the play by Zeus at all there. I mean, you don't have to all in. You can just wait for the wave to crash. If you want to go for a gank, I guess Bear's pretty far forward after that. Instead, spotted on Vision.
Oh, wait, Temu Zeus got the solo kill in the top lane onto Bear. Didn't quite get the vision on that. Use the ult to drop it. We'll get a bit of a replay here. Yeah, Death Roll drop. Bear extremely low somehow whenever he got into that one. Bear was looking pretty healthy for that one. So it is a return kill, revenge kill for Fools 5's Mercenaries. Oh, Kin Kaneki in a bit of trouble. I mean, Free Curry even worse, having to flash away. Hops as well with the Braum. puts up the Unbreakable, and through the exhaust will ensure that he takes basically no damage. Oh, Kin Kaneki on the back end does a lot of damage on the Ashe onto Nooch there with the enhanced auto attacks. Will doing decently for himself there. Forcing the flash out of Nooch and the heal as well.
That's a really crucial kill for Zeus to get back into this game. Now that earlier kill from Bear doesn't mean basically anything. Zeus able to get a push out, start building some actual items, and walk back to base. Obviously, now that Bear is starting to build some MR, most likely that isn't going to happen again. I mean, as well, his passive will be ticking back up surely soon. But the Death Realm, I mean, it just continues to be too much sometimes. And some of these players overestimate that down in the bot lane. You're right, forcing summoners out of both of these supports, Free Curry and Nucci. I mean, it's a difficult lane, right? Even though Ken's able to trade pretty effectively back on Nucci quite a few times here, the push is still going in favor of Glacial Void. And yeah, kills doesn't mean much.
Teemu Zeus going to get Bear low once again, but Bear has the W coming up off cooldown, presses that button alongside with the Bomby Cinder, gets the kill, but the Moon and Cue Ball are here nearby. Elastic Slingshot going to be used to get away for Bear. Flash forward from Cue Ball, but it's not enough damage to take down Bear, so once again, this top lane being a source. Oh, wait, Zhu Yu taken down as well. Action all across the map. Kin Kaneki and Free Curry doing really well to get the kill. Nucci taken low. And there's the final auto attack needed, as it's going to be Fools 5's Mercenaries getting the feats of strength.
Man, this game is all over the place right now, Isaac. Up in the top lane, Zeus looks for another.
I don't know if it's over just yet. If we look at around, we've got the Grubs fight coming through. Hero's entrance doing a lot. GV Trimmy getting that kill. Captain coming up clutch for his team, but it's not over for Gel just yet in the Death Realm. Teemu 1 Zeus getting that kill, gets the bonus stabs on the Death Realm kill, but it's not enough to keep him alive, or is it? Not quite, as Trimmy gets yet another kill there in that exchange, and it will be the Glacial Void picking up the rest of these Grubs.
It continues to be quite chaotic. Free Curry,
don't do it, man.
But yeah, I don't think it's possible here. I mean, down in bot lane, the double kill onto Ken in a lane that I've been saying should be quite dominant for Glacial Void. I guess the timings, we didn't get to see how that fight started in bot, but I would imagine they're just caught by Enchanted Crystalaro up in the top lane. Zeus looks for an all-in. He doesn't need to do that at all. Unfortunately, Bear gets Ignite back up. Zeus gets ignited, and then he falls down. No Death Realm available there. And then I was going to say, Tremmy, haven't seen you ult yet. I mean, that's really what this Galio does. Cue Ball is out rotating you quite consistently. I know that maybe Galio takes a bit of time to get this clear on, but he should out clear most mages. And then finally, in a fight around the Grubs, Tremmy uses that ult to protect Gel and land 2 kills of his own. 4 sacks on the Dark Seal. So did have Dark Seal for that fight. The Moon pathing up top once again to continue to try to shut down Bear. I don't know if this is going to work.
Yeah, and also, well, all that movement from the side of Fools 5s to get these fights has definitely hampered their gold intake as well. So take a look at Cue Ball. He's sitting about 10 CS down on Trimmy, and even more so in the bot lane, which was expected and was already kind of going this way with Juyu in a pretty good CS lead on Kin over there, but is continued to just get even larger since Free Curry did move towards that Grubs fight, but wasn't really there for it. And straight away, we've got more action in the top lane. Teemu 1 Zeus going to get the passive out of Bear. Will be able to survive through the Ignite use. Does he get the kill onto Bear, though? It doesn't look like it for now. Is that fight done there in the top lane? It doesn't look like it, as Bear gets a solo kill onto Teemu 1 Zeus. So call an ambulance, but not for me. The passive did burn away, I guess. I'm guessing. The only way I see that happening is I guess the Zac Bloblets don't count as a champion, because that passive was definitely doing damage onto the Bloblets, and if the Blobbits were considered as champion, I would assume that they would have not. The Mordekaiser passive wouldn't have gone away. It would have definitely gone a lot more for Tamu 1 Zeus to find that kill, but no, knowing the interactions is a big part of the game, and turns out didn't quite know how that one would work, and it goes in favor of Bear.
It is unfortunate, but I mean, once again, this is pretty standard for low elo. Let's see.
Oh, there it is.
Again.
It's going to be a steal from Gel, and the hero's entrance over the top will find its way through. Cue Ball will get the kill on the back end of the Gel, but it's not going to be given up by Glacial Void without a fight. Yuchi goes down as well to going through here. The Moon will find its way to Zhuyu, but won't quite get the kill. But on the back end, it is still Zhuyu going down. That's 4 members of the side of Glacial Void getting claimed by the Fools 5 Mercenaries, only in exchange for 2.
And that's a fight maybe you don't want to take as Glacial. You grab the Drake, but I mean, is it what you really want? I mean, you know, Vault Breaker over the wall, steal away the Drake, Tremming lands on top. Unfortunately, instantly, Gel is taken out, not able to flash out of the pit. Tremmy caught. And Nucci as well. Nico is one of these picks that I do like a lot in support. But when you don't get to ult and win the fight there, you are completely useless and you die 2 seconds after that. There's not really a ton you can do after that at all. Besides basically walk over and die there.
Used the elastic slingshot to get away at the start of this fight. Knew that something was coming, but perhaps just a little bit too late. Taking down to half health now, but with 3 members of the side of the Fools 5's Mercenaries coming through. We'll get another elastic slingshot off to find the escape, though. With the extra help of the Kimtech blast cone there. Gonna get in that extra distance away, keeping himself alive despite so much committed from the side of Fools 5 Mercenaries.
No rotate up from this Caitlyn means that despite these kills going to Cam, the CS lead is still building, so it might look a little bit unfortunate, the kills, but you can see the Caitlyn Gold still in the lead quite significantly as well. Q-Ball will have a 600 lead, but I mean, you're against a Galio. That doesn't really matter. His job is not to build a massive lead over you.
Oh, Ken.
Is there no ace in the hole there?
Yeah, they had it.
What
Zhuyu. Yeah.
That was an easy kill for sure. I mean, Braum was nowhere near yet. Ash would have to flash to get behind Braum, or Braum would have to flash, and then you would spot the Braum walking down, you would spot free curry, and then Joy would just be able to walk away. Wouldn't have to have used flash there, but unfortunately
maybe it was a mana issue, because if you look at how low that mana is on Zhuyu there.
Yeah.
Maybe it was just under, and I think that's the only reason why it wasn't used there.
That could be the truth. I also think that not having cleanse as Caitlyn against Ashe, Braum, Victor is pretty. I just don't like it. I think it's a bad choice. I won't be nice. I think it's a bad choice. I don't think barrier helps you too much. I mean, if you're landed on top of by any of the team of Mercs, you're dead anyway. It's unfortunate because Ken doesn't need to go cleanse, so you're gonna lose out on the barrier trades. But you're against Ashe Braum. You need cleanse. It's unfortunate that he has to flash instead of cleansing. If he could just tank the ult there, cleanse, which is a much less valuable cooldown than the flash is, because Caitlyn's immobile.
Q-Ball will be found here, and that's going to be the taunt coming through. And with so much CC available onto the side of Glacial Void, he's not going anywhere. That's going to be a kill onto the Fools 5 mid laner.
I mean, you can see that even though Q-Ball is standing still for way too long with the amount of CC the Glacial Void have, and the triple knockups really mean the Q-Ball can't get away at all. There nearly isn't enough damage.
Not being able to get away, Zhuyu, it will be found here. The chance of Crystal Arrow will make it fall up very easy from Moon. There's not really anything you can do there on the Caitlyn, especially without the cleanse.
Yeah, no flash, no cleanse. Obviously, there's no cleanse this game, but I mean, what are you doing there by yourself? No vision. Easy gank over for the moon. And Ken is playing really well. Really the only player of this team who has even, remotely close of a chance this game. I mean, Victor, sure, cue ball isn't too far behind Tremi, but does still need quite a bit of time before those evolved abilities come through. This next dragon has spawned. This is a soul point for Glacial Void. It is Chemtech Soul, which significantly benefits the Zac. It'd be almost impossible to get through this Zac. That's a thing about drafting a Zac. There's not a ton of burst damage to try to chew through his healing before it comes in. These long fights that benefit Ash also benefit Zac. Cue ball caught. No
People will be
pursue the weak
fine
foot.
for now with how far those blast plans get you away, especially on the Kimtech map. Last slingshot from Bear. Zoo not finding much here, but will be stunned up by the concussive blows. That's going to be an early Victor ult getting dropped for honestly extremely low value. Start off this fight, at least this potential fight. Gel is on the Drake pretty much uncontested at this point. It's down to 4K. Going to be Free Curry walking for it, having to flash away to keep himself alive. They're just going to trade for the mid tower instead and give up the soul point over to the side of Glacial Void, meaning that the Zac is only one Drake away. But here we have the fight now on the back end. That's going to be everybody going for it on the side of Glacial Void. Do they find the kills they've gotten? Just a support for now. Double kill going over to the side of Zhuyu. But on the back end, these health bars are still low and full on the side of the Fool's Vibes. Can they get any in return? Not quite. Ace in the hole won't quite get the kill onto Timu1 Zeus. He stays alive, sends, it looks like, Tremi to the Death Realm, but won't have the damage to find the kill onto the enemy Galio. Kin get taken low to get the barrier coming through. That's going to be cue ball, and now Kin taking down not quite the ace as Free Curry has come back up, but it is still 5 kills over to the side of Glacial Void alongside with that dragon. And the first and the mid tower
holds cease and desist for that long. Waits until the very last member is alive before he presses R. A great fight from Glacial Void. I mean, it was a slow fight, but they, Glacial Void know they've got to take their time, wait for the engages. Pop Blossom didn't hit enough members. I mean, forces the flash out of Ken, which allows members of Glacial to land onto Ken later. But not only does giving Soul Point mean basically you lose the game in 5 minutes, trading it for tower, just a tier 1 and mid, is not valuable at all. It's just plainly not. And then taking the fight after, losing the fight to, like you said, nearly an ace, and then the mid tower getting traded. The play heavily favors Glacial, but regardless, taking the trade is just not worth it. You've had enough time, to try to get a dragon, to try to scale around.
Fair
Zeus.
2 levels over the top of Timu1 Zeus. Still kind of just meatballs right now, not doing too much damage. Elastic Slingshot comes through from Kin, but not going to find the stun onto the Zac. But with 4 members here, you'd hope that they get at least 1 kill. Timu1 Zeus will get healed and shielded through with the his W there, keeping him alive just a little bit longer, and going to be the kill going on to, I think it was Zeus there.
And it's unfortunate, walking a bit too far forward. Bear maybe doesn't expect every single member of Mercs to be there, which is understandable, I guess. But it's a good pickup. Is it enough? And there's more kills for Ken. I don't know if this Ash can really do enough. There's another Oblivion Orb onto Cue Ball, which is just curbing the carry's damage. Like, Victor needs items. He needs more items. And I would love this Leandries to be finished before having to build an Oblivion Orb, It feels kind of awful. What happened here?
Yeah, wait, what?
That's Nico. That's Nico Clan.
Oh, yeah. That makes a lot more sense.
I was surprised that he didn't wait until Bear was respawned before he cloned, so that means that it would show he had 0 HP, would be a pretty obvious giveaway. But, I mean, it is what it is, I guess.
But continuing on You can see Glacial Void just continuing to take over this map, completely strangling the side of Fool's 5 out of any sort of goal, picking up that blue buff in the red side jungle there for the whole team at this point. And just going to reset and take a little break before things come back up. A few moments. We've got next straight coming up in a minute and 10 seconds. I know it does say Mountain Drake, but it is Kim Tech map. Aren't going to be getting another Mountain Drake here, just to clarify. There we go. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, observers.
It is Chemtech.
Oh, wait. Hold on.
Yeah,
Bear, once again, in this top
spot
lane.
out.
I mean, it was basically the same exact move as a few minutes ago. Another kill onto Bear. It's just a little bit extra gold going over to Fool's 5, and I think at this point, I mean, it's a minor amount of gold, but I mean, you'll take it, especially when there's nothing else really on the map at this point.
Yeah, but if that was just 30 seconds later, it's a great play from Bear.
Oh, for sure.
You get tier 2 in top. Either enemy team has to answer that, in which case, you get Soul, or, I mean, Mercs walk around the Soul, and you take a trade. You're able to get that mid-top tower, and it's basically what we're seeing right now. Atacon trade for this Soul. Again, I think that Soul is way stronger than Atacon, and maybe the call is, well, we don't really want Chemtech Soul that much, so we don't care too badly. I still think you have a Zac on your team, and that's really strong with Chemtech Soul because you're dancing on that half HP line the whole time. So I think that it's probably something you do want, but cracking top tier 2 means a large gold injection, forcing the TP out of Cue Ball. Try to defend this tower, flash out from Zeus. He can't defend this at all.
Yeah, and I personally think this is fine from Glacial Void. Not only they take top tier 2, going to Otacon for the Drake trade, it's only the one Drake over to Fool's 5. I don't think it's... I think taking the Otacon is completely okay, especially when you get that extra standing gold in the top tier 2 and that little extra minor amount of map control, but does let you push in that top wave a little bit farther for the next strike that's coming up in just in the next 5 minutes. Obviously, we will have Baron coming up in that amount of time. It's spawning in just 30. One thing that, speaking of Barons, Coach Earthen of Fool's 5 Mercenaries did say they did like to go for early Barons. They will force them. At least her his words, not mine. So it'd be just to see what they try to do around this one, as it is spawning just about... I'm not going to hold for 5 seconds. Because we actually have a fight straight away here between Timu1 Zeus and Bear. Just want to move away from each other this time, but we've seen this song and dance before. This Bear will get the elastic slingshot away this time, though.
It's overcommit from Mercs in the top lane. I mean, Bear's ready for it this time, and even if he does die, he's going back in for more.
He's right back in. They will find the moon. The Pop Blossom won't quite get the moon, but Jill will go through into that ultimate, does the damage, and now he uses that cease and desist to get onto Kin, but won't quite find the damage onto Kin just yet, and does go down, going too far in. Timu1 Zeus in the death round does come out now, and that'll be Jiryu getting the kill onto the Mordecai's there. Now it's full retreat for the side of Fool's 5, but they're too far away. Cue Ball will be the only one getting out of here, this one for the Fool's 5, and that will absolutely be Baron going over to the side of Glacial Void.
Bear's just having a quick look over the wall to see what's going on that side of the world. But yeah, Baron, I mean, Gel is dead, so maybe if this Baron doesn't get bursted down quickly enough, the Moon, who's just respawning, can get over. But considering that he's still in base even right now, I imagine that that's not a possibility. The good thing about this Baron taking slightly more time, and there being no contention from Mercs, is that Gel has respawned, so now it will be 5 members of Baron. There's 2 minutes on this Drake, so you've got enough time to get some of these towers, set up some vision around the enemy jungle, push in, keep Mercs in their base, almost jail them in there. Enough time for Bear to die maybe once, maybe twice more if he's caught up in this top lane, and then still get the soul here, so the Chemtech soul. said Soul Point. It is Soul Point already. I mean, this Mordekaiser build as well, something I want to touch on here. I'm really not a fan. I understand Bloodletter's Curse is really nice. I'm a huge fan of it on certain characters. Don't love it on Mordekaiser. Maybe the point is you're going to be the one getting altered by Zac, but I don't think you are. I think it's going to be your Ashe or your Victor, most likely, and it's most likely going to be your Ashe because she's 6 and... Oh, sorry. It's not going to be the Zac you're ulting. It's going to be the Caitlyn, is what I meant to say. The other team. You're not going to be... the Zac is probably not going to be the one you're ulting. But I mean,
you say
is.
that.
You're in the top lane.
You say that. That's Bear getting ulted again. Bear taking actually very low as Free Curry is up to help Team of One Zeus get the kill onto Bear. Won't quite just yet, and Nucci is here. Bear gets much healing out as he's alive and well, and that's going to be the kill onto Team of One Zeus. And oh my god, he's back to full health already. Oh my gosh, the healing on the Zac is... Oh, it is a sight to behold.
It's like I was saying before, I mean, Zac needs to be kind of killed quickly. I mean, maybe that seems like backwards logic. He's a tank. We can't do that. Well, you need to. In a long engage like that, Zac will continuously heal. And as soon as there's help from his team, you know, there's nowhere near enough damage from this Mordekaiser. Can't kill him in the Death Realm. And, I mean, nearly my point backfires. Me saying Bloodletter's Curse is a bad idea, but it doesn't. So I'm going to say that I am still correct, even though I was nearly incorrect. I'm at this Mordekaiser. I mean, I just don't love the build in general. Like, no boots finished. You have an Oblivion Orb. I'm sure the Oblivion Orb has a ridiculous number on it. But you don't really have, like, one item. Bloodletter's Curse is okay. Pairing it with the with his Victor. The cue ball does a decent amount of damage on his own. I don't think Pen is what is
Ken will be found by the Elastic Slingshot, and look at the Wombo combo from the side of Glacial Void. The teamwork there is perfect to start out this fight, but actually is it enough? The backside from the side of Fool's 5 Mercenaries does a lot, but okay. Alright, Trimmy. And Jiryu there are the only two here in this bottom lane, but all the while Gel is, I guess, mid pushing, and 3 are still alive for the side of Glacial Void. All lanes are pushing. This one looks like we're going to game 2.
That was a delayed kill there, coming through for Jouet and Trimmy. So yeah, the whole time Gel takes the Kimtech Soul and is just pushing down mid. His whole team is fighting, probably yelling in comms, and he's just, you know, average jungle, got payphone on. Decent assist. Land onto Ken. That's the ace for Glacial. Gel isn't able to get the fountain dive there, but you're right, game 1, going out of Glacial Void.
Yeah, and it was... I mean, it was one of those ones where it's kind of close until it wasn't. The team fighting from Glacial Void. Some of those definitely coming up clutch.
Healing.
We could.
If you click onto Bear's profile and go into his custom games, can you see the custom game that just got played, or do you not see that? Because that's how you have to do it. If you click view profile, and then go match history, where like shouting out his profile. Yeah. If it decides to load, if it doesn't,
Poppy background based.
Then go crafts. Oh yeah, this one. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. It was the stats. And then we got healing. If we scroll,
it's towards the bottom.
Damage shield. I think it was.
It's somewhere.
Up. That one.
Damage shield 54K.
Look at the damage he took, by the way. Damage he took 54K. Damage healed 54K. He didn't heal for about 150, 250 damage. The rest of it was all healed. Awesome. What a game.
Oh
That's
my
wild.
God. How's
that even real? And
I don't even...
as well, like 53K.
This is just for posterity. I would have shot this. Can we keep this up a little bit longer just for myself? I am... Let me just...
That is
horrific. Oh yeah, perfect. Perfect. That is.
That's
You'll love to see
terrifying.
that. Oh wait, nope. I screenshot the wrong thing. I'm stupid. Haha. Wait. Uh, I'm just stupid. Sorry, guys.
You got it now?
There we go. Now I've got it. Cool.
All right.
That one's saved for posterity. Only wait, quick maths. That is 200. It's actually less than 300 because the three. No, it's 300. No, it's anyway. We're going to send it to the right. It's 353. If I did my math correctly, health that wasn't healed from from Bear there. But we'll be back with the draft of the game too. So don't go anywhere. And welcome back, everyone, for Game 2 between Glacial Void and Fools 5's Mercenaries here in the Blue Water Gold League semifinal. It was a well, it was a pretty strong showing from Glacial Void after about the 10-minute mark.
Yes.
And, it's pretty comprehensive. Only 353 health not being killed by Bear on the Zac.
Yeah, that's pretty psycho. There was a good performance from Mercs in the early game. They got quite a few good kills. I mean, there was the solo kill from Zeus after getting solo killed himself, but then, I mean, I guess that kill kind of got to his head, and then he decided to run it down a little bit, taking a ton of all-ins when he didn't really need to. But yeah, Can as well. I mean, if you're going to be a star player like that, you need to play a style player pick. I mean, Ash Braum, excellent. Yeah, Victor as well, very strong. But if you're going to have most of the kills on Ken, if that Ash is something else, a Jinx, a Kai'Sa, something that is going to take over the game, that game is significantly harder for Glacial Void. I'll see what Fools 5 opt to go towards. They are first pick now. So changing it up, what are they going to go towards? I mean, obviously, I imagine the same bands. I don't think that any of this stuff's going to get let through. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, Ken, one of the better performance on there. Ash is a very bit of a surprising pick out from Fools 5's there for Ken. I mean, especially you mentioned champions that like would have done better. I mean, it's a pretty big Tristana fan so far throughout this year, and well, I think maybe not necessarily with Braum, but Tristana definitely, if you get that amount of gold onto, could have done some mean work in that last one. And with how Ken performed, I would hope to see some sort of maybe more priority towards getting him a carry champion.
Hopefully this draft is working, and these guys aren't just chilling out here. But yeah, I mean, the draft from Glacial Void last game was super synergistic, right? I mean, the Zac not a traditional pick. Here we go. Not a traditional pick, but did really slot in with the rest of the draft from what Glacial Void was trying to go towards. Just a hardcore dive, a ton of disruption, and some, range damage with the Caitlyn from Jouet. Poppy ban, Jinx ban, the same. So, discredit to myself talking about, what Ken could have gone to instead of the Ash in Jinx, like I said, but it was banned. So,
yeah,
it makes sense. Banning with the Orianna, like I said, same bans. I'm assuming it's going to be Evelynn as well.
Evelynn, yeah.
Yeah, crazy. One of the things that I don't love about doing this in the way that BOL does Fearless is eventually you lose these bans. You're telling me right now these are never pick champions, and because they're never pick champions, never let through champions, because you are changing your bans on blue side, red side, right? If you were Glacial Void and you were super worried about the Jinx, you would be picking it yourself first pick. If you were this worried about the Jinx, you would be picking it first pick. Instead, it's a ban first pick every time, and ban on blue side, on red side as well. The same thing for Mercs, which, that means eventually you're going to have to play against him in Fearless if it goes that long, which is very scary to have, you have no answers for these picks. Skarner, drafted first here for Mercs, ton of synergy with a lot of the mids, especially Azir, one of the most common ones of right now. A lot of tank as well. Glacial Void, doing it with Kai'Sa. I'm really happy that we're doing this. I am really happy. I hate when people pick Skarner and then it's like, what if I pick Sivir? And it's like, okay, great. We have no range. Maybe you kill the Skarner at 6 items, but you can't do anything. Instead, I love the Kai'Sa. A ton of tank damage.
Yeah, and it's also, in terms of comfort as well, it's definitely one that Jouet is comfortable with picking. Oh, whoa. Okay. Gel Cane? That seems more like a takeaway Maybe no. Wait, I'm looking at my notes. No, I guess it was Gel who played Kane twice so far this year. I got it mixed up. So I guess it is. I guess it's just comfort for Gel. Because we decided Glacial Boy get it through early. They're already showing the Skarner if that's what he wants. Hey,
I
what he
just
wants. It's what he
you pick
wants.
Kai'Sa. You want CC for her to proc her passive all the time. Like Kane doesn't scream CC to me, especially considering that because it's comp, you kind of have to go red Kane, which makes it harder as well. Like there's just no way you're going blue Kane against Skarner Urgot, right? Corki enter into the Kai'Sa. I mean, it makes sense trying to outrange the Kai'Sa for the beginning part of the game. There isn't too much that's super crazy into Kai'Sa these days. I mean, she's kind of rising up the ranks in terms of the ADC tier list. Rakan with the Kai'Sa, it does work. I'm not saying it doesn't at all. Definitely does. I think that there are much better supports to play with Kai'Sa. But, I mean, if Alistair is the best, I mean, Rakan does fill a lot of similar roles, has decent peel, quite safe, has healing in lane. It's not as consistent as Alistair when you're playing on the back foot, but not the worst support pairing in the world. It's very strong, and I'm happy that we're getting an engaged support and not some kind of enchanter with Kai'Sa. I think that that's just free lose. Nico's been picked, so obviously can't be picked again. Cassiopeia getting banned away, which is shocking to me because I think the Cassiopeia is super good into Rakan, but I guess, Merc's not wanting to play against that. Mel, Syndra, all mid lane bans to both of these teams so far, and the Azir. Again, another pick that's good with Skarner. So I'm really shocked that Mercs are banning these picks instead of trying to get one of them for themselves. I don't think Kane as like Azir Kai'Sa works at all. That is way too much scaling.
It makes, I think it makes sense when you consider Glacial Void's champion pool more so than anything. Bear is a big fan of like AP mages or just mid lane picks in general in the top lane, and
Okay.
it might just be something that Zeus just doesn't want to deal with because it's just the unfamiliarity of it. It is why I think they do that. Is at least
Makes sense.
that's my guess. However, will be
Last year,
Swain picked in the probably mid lane. Trimmy is
I
a
imagine.
big Swain enjoyer. And oh, Thresh. Okay. Thresh.
I think you need some form of tank for Glacial Void right
Yeah.
now. Maybe an
Also, Ornn is I makes sense. Give me no, I'm not saying fight. I just like fight. It's always about fight angle in my, and yeah, it's like, but whoa,
well,
whoa,
you're looking at the majors top. It's probably Aurora top then, I would imagine.
yeah,
But like, does Veigar do well under Swain? I feel like he doesn't. Look, I'm a Veigar hater through and through. I will hate Veigar till I die. I have been told that Veigar is, but Jay Better, it's really good into engage. Like, it's great counter engage or anti dive. Sorry. I don't see the dive here for Mercs. I don't get the Veigar here. Maybe like, they're all short range. They get stunned by Cage super quickly. Sorry, super easily. I don't really care about that. I am still thinking that this Kai'Sa is a bit left out to dry. Right? There's barely any CC on the side of Glacial Void. Like, I feel like when you pick Kai'Sa, especially when you first pick it, the draft needs to look like, I'm going to say Alistair, but the support pick is fine, right? Alistair, and then, Sejuani mid, on top, Sion top, something like that, where, like, the rest of your team is just on CC duty. There's no more main characters. We don't need Aurora Veigar. This comp is purely hand stiff, which Glacial Void have shown that they do have quite a significant amount of hand stiff. So that's definitely the win condition here, but I'm not a huge fan of this draft.
yeah. It's definitely questionable. How do I put this kindly? But we'll just have to wait and see if Glacial Void can play the hand stiff outs. But when we come back, we will have gotten through the spectator delay, and we'll be loaded onto the Rift for game 2. Don't go anywhere. And we have returned for game 2 between Glacial Void and Fools 5's Mercenaries. Fools 5's looking to get one on the board after Glacial Void had a relatively strong showing, especially after around the 12-minute mark there in game 1.
Yeah. I mean, you called it pretty well on the desk there. Bear with these mage tops. I think that this Urgot is going to have a difficult time if Bear can space correctly. Good hook from Curry there. But I'm just still concerned about the Kane and a little bit about this Veigar too. I'm sure in lane, this Veigar will be fine against the Swain. But, I mean, is Veigar the pick you want in this comp? I mean, I don't really see the synergy for Glacial Void's comp at all. It's not really built around the Kai'Sa very well. It's not really built around like a bunker anti-dive comp with a Veigar. It's not really built around pushing lanes and facilitating this Kane. I feel like everybody kind of wanted to be the main character this game, and I'm worried that is going to cost Glacial Void quite dearly.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a I don't know, let's put it this way, PSG before this year sort of situation where you get too many guys who want to be the guy who wants to be him, and then collectively as a team you just kind of suffer. I could definitely see how this goes that way, especially with a few of these early exchanges going over to the side of Fools 5 versus and Free Courier on this Thresh as well has not missed a hook so far.
Yeah, 100% hit accuracy. Can't take any of the hooks just of yet. Level 2 ticked up for the bot lane of Mercs already. You know, you see the worst end of early lanes for Kai'Sa. It will be quite difficult for Glacial Void to get out of this lane. If that does end up happening, you know, around level 10, level 11, this Kai'Sa will begin to take over. Regardless of if Corki has decent scaling or not, Kai'Sa just wins. Thresh does have a good amount of peel, and I'm still worried that this Kai'Sa won't have the space created by his team to ever really have an ult, and will need to, you know, use passive from just himself, basically. Him and Noche, really the only two have synergy between them. I mean, I'm just worried that this Kane as well. This Kane is the biggest pressure point for me. If this was a tank jungler, this is a Sejuani. You know, I know Poppy gets banned, but something like a Poppy, something even like the Skarner here, I think it's so much better. You know, I don't even mind if it's something like a Viego to pair with the Aurora and the Veigar, you know, get more of a damage split. I understand maybe you want an AD carry jungler, but is Kane really the one that you have to go towards? I mean, it's not a great Jarvan game because Corki gets out of that pretty easily, plus Cage, or sorry, plus Lantern from Curry here. It's like Gel, maybe making a rotation down through the wall into either mid or bot here. Looks like he's pathing towards the mid lane.
Yeah, cue ball in a kind of a compromised position here. Won't have. Oh no, that flash. Oh, the flash from cue ball is absolutely miserable. And the gank from Gel comes through. First blood to the Glacial Void.
That's not even a situation in which you can say, like, oh, I'm lucky those flashes happen. You know, the ones where pros will miss the wall. Like, that's not at all. He literally is in cage, and then flashes onto the stun. He doesn't need to at all. Down
Wait, Gel has made it to the bot lane again. Free Curry not quite going to have the passive, or Zhuyu's passive proc on him. Zhuyu may have gone a little bit too far as well. The flash forward to dodge the entrance from Nuche, but now it'll be Nuche as well flashing away, but not far enough. And through the gank, the bot lane of Fools 5's Mercenaries continue to pop off here.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Kai'Sa to
stun.
step
Gel's
up at all.
Bit of trouble as well. Curry's looking for some blood. Won't land the hook. Death Sentence not finds his way through, but Kin is here on the backside. Doesn't care. Kin, can he get the kill onto Zhuyu? Yes, he does. And now Gel is in full retreat as he's gone low. One auto attack might be enough. Will force the flash. Gel not having having used his earlier to get the kill onto Jiryu, so not going to be able to get the kill onto Gel. But once again, it's going to be the bot lane of the side of Fools 5, really stepping up this game.
Forcing Kaiser to fight this early with a Rakan just doesn't feel that great, especially when you don't have any setup as the jungler making the gank. And you know, right now you've got the slow from W, but that's really all you've got. It is super unfortunate that when the double kill goes over to Ken, I guess, you know, Zhui gets a kill. So it does even out a little bit, but this CS differential is significant in favor of Ken. Much different than from last game where Zhui on this Kai'Sa, sorry, on this Caitlyn. On that, Caitlyn had a huge CS diff. Ken, back in the driver's seat, really needs to make this work for his team. He needs some magic.
Yeah, and well, it's definitely on a champion that can more easily do that this time around with the Corki. I'm going to be feeling really good there. It's going to be the exhaust going down onto the moon in the gank. Ken not quite there for that one. So perhaps a little bit mistimed or a little bit of miscommunication. Something going on there for the side of Fools 5. And now straight up to this top. We know that Zeus is all alone as the jungler showed on the bot side. And so it'll be a free flash out of Temu's Zeus. Going away. Getting brought out by Gel.
Gel is just everywhere. I mean, he doesn't have flash himself. Forces a flash out of Zeus.
Oh, we got to fight again in this bottom lane. Nuche will try to, he said, find the all-in. Not really getting much out of it, though. Once again, Fools 5's Mercenaries. Uh-oh, didn't know that. Nuche just a bit too over-aggressive there. Not quite knowing that Free Curry was aware of his presence. Lands a death sentence, gets the kill, and Jiryu getting awfully low as well. The auto attack, Jiryu, you don't go back in there, man. You're one auto attack away from death, just hands the kill over to Ken. And once again, the bot lane of Fools 5's Mercenaries has been the bright point for these five.
It's really questionable, the decisions being made by Glacial Void's bot lane right now. You've drafted Kai'Sa. You need time. You need minimum 3 items before you really feel strong. Pardon me. And even before that, you need to have your Q evolve before you take any meaningful trades here against the Thresh, against this Corki.
Boy.
Bot lane and it's rotated up top. Another decision that I don't think you want to do. Umbral Trespass is available for Gel. But can he win this fight? It's a hard look.
Yeah, Gel in full retreat, not quite going to get snagged by that distance, not quite going to get snagged by the Urgot, but it won't matter. Actually, will it? The ult comes through, Gel's low. Finally, Free Curry is going to get that kill, but it does buy a lot of time for the rest of Glacial Void to rise up to this top lane. Trimmy is here now, full health, and it's Alcove Gaming. Free Curry is in a heap of trouble on the wrong side of the map. Trimmy's finally going to get that kill, but it does give all this time for Kin to arrive as well, and that's going to be a great ult from the moon to snatch up Bear. That's going to be yet another kill going to the side of Fools 5's Mercenaries, and it's a much better showing in Game 2 from the Fools 5.
Yeah, I'm really not on the same page with Glacial Void, and I don't think they're on the same page with each other. Draft the Kai'Sa, go down 20 CS, leave Kai'Sa alone. Then team fight up in top when you don't need to. Grubs are available, sure, but
I don't know if they
sacrifice himself, but no ults available. It's looking like a give angle here for Gel. I really just don't understand the plays from Glacial Void. I mean, their early games haven't been the strongest. Their team fighting later on has been much better than their early laning. But still, I mean, it's a rough look going in, even if, you know, this game ends up looking like the first one, and then the third one looks the same, and we end up with a 3-0. You know, it feels clean. It doesn't look clean going into a finals match. That's a rough position to be in. Glacial Void really need to work on these early games here, and honestly, not even really need to do that much. Just play slower. You scale so well. Kane's off to a good start, has first kill, has an assist. That's all you really need to do. Continue farming. And now Jiryu caught one more time. He's just dead.
Yeah, nowhere for him to go. That's going to be yet another easy kill for Kin. Flashing forward, Kin does actually end up getting the kill. Doesn't doesn't get taken by Free Curry, and yet more gold into the belt of Kin, and it's I mean, as you mentioned, Glacial Void only dropped one game throughout this whole season, so and they can never really rule them out fully, but at 10 and a half minutes, they're already down 2K. Q-Ball will have to flash away there to keep himself alive, so at the very least, they will get a little bit of value there. But still, overall, Gel, since it a little bit too far, has to flash away from that death sentence, but it's going to be a continued chase from the side of Fools 5 to push him away, and now it's going to be over straight away to the second Drake for the Mercenaries.
Again, just a bit of overconfidence from Gel. Questionable positioning, questionable pathing. Tremi on the Vega this time, not the Galio. Doesn't have mid prior. Gel walks in, face checks 3 people. And forced to flash away. If that hook hits, he's dead. Even if the flash is predicted, Jouer here has to be really, really careful. Does spot the W. So hopefully won't die to any potential ganks from Mercs here. But Glacial Void, the gold isn't terrible, but they are down 2 dragons. It is Cloud Soul, which would be very good for every member of Glacial Void if they are able to get it. But I mean, on the same side, you know, Swain with Cloud Soul is amazing. Skarner with Cloud Soul is pretty good too. You just have to be careful now for Mercs. Don't let Glacial Void lock back in and play their game. Gel continuing. I mean, I know that this is what K needs to do, right? To just farm damage. But when you're ganking lanes that don't really want to be ganked like this Kai'Sa, it starts to look a little bit hairy. And Glacial Void still, like I was going to say, not too far behind. So at the end of the world, at the end of the day, it's not the end of the world. It's mostly all on Ken. And if you're able to shut down this Corki, get that kill either over to Gel or over to Jouer, you're basically back in the game, if not ahead there, if it's on Gel. But again, you're in a position like here. You have to be so careful. If you get hit by one of those hooks, you're dead again.
Yeah, the performance, I mean, from Free Curry, little dive there in the middle, but you mentioned just one of those hooks, especially with, I mean, how much damage under the belt of Kin already has that Triforce completed. It's he's just the guy right now. I don't think he's him. There's really no other way to put it. I will say, you did mention the gold not being all too that big of a difference. A lot of that has come from the side of Fools 5 really just kind of sending everybody to every single objective. And it has allowed for Julia to get back into this game on the CS department a little bit more, but I don't think this fight you want. I don't think that's a lantern you want to take. Gel is here. A bit of a mistake here from the bot lane of the side of Fools 5's Mercenaries. They do get the kill. Julia on the other back end is eventually claimed by Free Curry. That's a shutdown going over to the side of Glacial Void. Free Curry goes low, goes down, but not before a kill is traded away. And now I've got a bit of a fight here between Gel and Q-Ball, but Trimi is here, and now it's a 2v1. The Vagar with the ult gets dropped down. Trimi gets that kill. Passive stacking up. 2-on-1 on this Vagar. Didn't necessarily like the pick, Gebetto, but it is at least getting the AP under his belt from that passive early on.
It's just exactly what I was saying before. If you're Ken, the one thing you have to not do is give your bounty to Kai'Sa. What does he do? Immediately take a fight, take a lantern into Narnia, and give over his bounty to Zhui. Now, as well, Gel, one more kill for him, has that red form, has the darkened form. So this Kane no longer feels terrible to play anymore. He wants to be ganking now. And you can't fault him for it all. Kai'Sa has that Yuntal, so still a decent time away from getting the Q upgrade. Needs pickaxe, I believe, and maybe a few more levels as well, because it didn't go Cull. But it feels so good if you're Jouer there. You're down so much gold. Kai'Sa was given over, I believe, something like 750 gold, maybe more. It's just a position, it's just so questionable.
Oh, Trimi though, great hook from Free Curry. Absolutely incredible stuff there from the Thresh, and that's going to be a free kill going out the side of Q-Ball. Oh, wait, hold on. It's not over just yet. We're not stopping for nothing here. That's going to be Gel pressed up. And Timu 1 Zeus getting the kill. Now the numbers advantage over to the side of Fools 5. Bear in full retreat as well as Nuche. And that could... well, oh wait, nope. Cue Balls moves up from the mid lane. Does eventually get that kill onto Bear as well. So 3 kills to the side of the Fools 5. And just further... It was just one good moment from the side of the Glacial Void, getting that shut down onto Jiria earlier, but still it's continued dominance from Fools 5 starts one and his first tower there in the bot lane. Jiria going to get another kill onto Kin. Almost gets killed back in return, but still great Void Seeker there from the Kaisa to be able to use that ult and get himself in close to the Corki.
And this is Kaisa with no Q evolve yet. You know, no W evolve, only level 1 Killer Instinct. This Kaisa will begin to take over slowly. Believe might have Q evolve now with that pickaxe level 10. I do play a lot of Kaisa. I think it's like my second highest champion. I don't know why I don't know like the level plus the... it's 100 AD you need, but I don't know what items exactly it is. Kaisa walking down to the mid lane now, so getting some mid prio, hopefully. This next dragon has spawned. Again, it is Cloud Soul. You're going to need a lot of time for Glacial Void to get these dragons, but getting this dragon is huge because it gives you Kaisa time to get more items. Bear hasn't really been involved in these fights yet. I know he's 0-2. It did fall down in that fight there around the Herald.
We're going to have a fight for this one. Free Curry is going to be caught in the baby cage, flashing, try to keep Kin alive a little bit longer, does so, but now Jiria is there on the backside, so it's Kin flashing away. Not sure if it'll matter, though. The Moon gets a kill, and well as Cue Ball, 2 for 0 going on the side of Fools 5, but it will be the Drake going over the side of Glacial Void, preventing that soul point.
Yeah, I think that's the only real thing that matters there. Held in mid will clear out this mid tower. Zeus is TP'd back. He might be looking for a fight here, but looks like he's going to get spaced pretty well by Bear. This tier 2 is most likely dead as well. Still up in top lane though. Bear is just standing right on the edge. This is
flanking.
3 crash.
Yeah, it's 3 crashes, gets a decent chunk onto the inhibitor mid lane tower there, and Trimmy, I kind of like the angle of the flanking Veigar, but flanking Veigar, not exactly the strongest pick up there. Bear being a potential little bit of trouble. We got 3 members of the Fools 5 trying to find him out, but that's actually really great from the side of the Moon to pick him out. Zeus going to be the one getting the kill with the ult. And yeah, just overall really well set up from the Moon.
Not on Zach anymore. No 54,000 healing this game. Unfortunately, Gank's taken down. That looked a bit fun, that interaction. The hook just kind of feeding the Aurora into Zeus there. You get executed. Glacial Void, some really sloppy play in the last 2 games. I mean, it looked strong in game 1. Like you said, after around 15 minutes, looked quite good. But this game has looked very sloppy, just all over the place, taking random fights. And this Kayn, I'm still not super convinced by it. It's reached the point where it has a darkened form, but I haven't been shell-shocked by it. Whereas Skarner hasn't really done much. I know what Skarner's going to do for the rest of the game. I know that he is going to be very difficult to kill if you're anybody but Shui. I know that he's going to have tons of CC, whether it's single target with the E or slightly AoE with the Impale. And he's just going to be face checking. That's it. And for Glacial Void, they don't have someone to face check. Rakan is not a tank. Really. Like, he's kind of a pseudo enchanter engage support. Shield, healing, has engage, but isn't a tank at all. Skarner, Urgot, will be walking in. I know that, Skarner's the only real tank there, but this game is becoming difficult for Glacial Void. Not only do they not have the face check, the tank that I was just mentioning, but I'm still harping on the fact that they don't have enough CC for Kaisa. You can't proc the passive enough. You can't play around her enough, give her killer instinct options. I'm worried it's going to be too hard.
Bit of an awkward situation here And with these members, 4 members on the side of Glacial Void, so the early numbers we will eventually be taken down, but Cue Ball has arrived as Duce's gone low, and Gel as well. Really get the kill, and Cue Ball flashing forward gets the kill. Now Kin found on the backside in return. So it is a current 2-for-2, but there's nowhere else for Gel to go. So even though Gel gets that double kill, it will be answered by Cue Ball's own double kill, and it's a 3-for-2 going to the side of Fools 5.
Glacial Void continue to find difficult fights in the Moon. I don't even think he played that fight too well, waited for Impale for way too long, and then only hit Gel, who basically kited Gel away from his team. But that means that he can instantly go into that Umbral Trespass, sorry. Buy some time, get the healing off. Did find Ken. Joy now has 2 items, which is a big deal. It is going to be 3,000 gold before this Nash's is built. And at that point, Nakaisa will start to become a huge issue. Obviously, items past that, but Bear still just happy to push down this top lane. Can we get a quick look at this gold? I don't think that this is too worth it. I mean, you're... Even in CS, basically, Zeus has 3 kills. Even in towers, I would love to see this Aurora team fighting. I don't think that Aurora is the split push king or queen, I guess, that, you know, it's being played as. If you want to play that, pick Nidalee top, learn how to play that, smash lane, every single lane, basically. And, yeah, break some towers with Hullbreaker. I need to see Aurora Between Worlds having some presence in these team fights. Has TP. Glacial Void want to take this fight right now. Bear does have TP, like I just mentioned, but there's no real wards for Bear to TP to.
There's the one behind the Dragon Pit. As mentioned, Drake taking down to half health. Joe will be spotted out, flashing forward, will try to smite this one away, but it is given over to the side of the Fools 5, and now this fight going the way of the Fools 5. 2 early kills dropped to them, and now the death from Beyond? Yeah, Death from Beyond, taken by, used by Temuzeus, getting 3 easy kills over to the side of the Fools 5 Mercenaries.
Another fight. Another team loss for Glacial Void. They try, they're not able to get it. Gel overcommits to the dragon there. Isn't able to get into his ult. Gets hooked by free curry. You're in a position where you have basically 0 vision set up around anywhere. So like I said, you have to face check. You don't have any face check. You have 0 tank. You have no position to walk in at all. Every time I've seen Kame get played at all in competitive settings, it's always looked bad. And it's not on the player. It's just on the pick. It doesn't cater itself very well to competitive play, right? It's not a team fighter, really. It doesn't team fight that well. It's not really early game or late game considering the passive. And I mean, Gel has the red form, right? He has been evolved. It's right. It doesn't have any CC really besides the knock-up, which doesn't pair with anything. It doesn't really work with Aurora or Veigar very well, or really any, right? Unless you're playing with a Yasuo, I guess. It's just a pick where you really, really need to snowball. You need a ton of kills and a ton of CS on this Kane to really do anything. And then even still, like, you don't really do enough to Urgot. You don't really do enough to Skarner at all. And I'm still annoyed that the fact that this draft is just everybody wanting to be the main character. Like, Veigar is anti-dive. There's no dive, really. Kaisa is your carry here, which was picked first. Guys, it's just pick tanks. Just pick CC. Doesn't even have to be tanks. Just pick CC. Pick Jarvan, even though it's bad. Just pick it.
Yeah, this gold lead has absolutely ballooned for the side of the Fools 5. Saves might be in a little bit of trouble with the numbers advantage going against him. This top side, we'll just walk away from that one to do a quick check in. It is about 6.5. No wait, math. 5.5K gold between Fool's 5 and Glacial Void. And the draft, again, as you mentioned, isn't doing the Fool's Fives any favors. That will be the Void Seeker found by Joya, and he can all in. Are going to get Zeus down very low. Does eventually get Tama 1 Zeus. The shutdown goes on to exactly who they want on the Kaisa. And the late TP from Q-Ball gets him in a bit of trouble as well. Q-Ball will go down. The Umbral Trespass will find its way onto Q-Ball, but still healing up through that ultimate. Does get the kill onto the Kane. Stays alive long enough, but it will finally be the kills going over to the side of Glacial Void. And they got onto the exact numbers that they wanted, but all the while will be the mid inhibitor getting claimed by the Fool's 5.
Taking a mid inhib here is a bit risky. I mean, mid inhibitor, probably the worst one to take in general. I mean, besides maybe if you wanted to only prioritize towards Baron and you take top inhib, but you're just feeding XP and gold towards this Kai'Sa, towards this Veigar, just feeding stacks. If you can't use the inhib push, like the permanent mid prior, to force a Baron and end the game, it doesn't really help you that much. Obviously, Pink's coming out now, positions being placed around this Baron, and I'm assuming that Vision will come very quickly after that. But you basically say, okay, I'm sorry, whoever is in the mid lane, which is most likely Ken, you will not be farming for the next 5 minutes because the waves will permanently be pushing into Glacial Void. So be that what it is, you're already down a level in sorry, actually, I'm wrong. Up 2 levels. I don't know how that happened. I could have sworn I saw 14 there. Or 13. I can't actually read it. The text is a bit blurry. It is 14. 13. Sorry. You're down a level. Bear getting ganked right now. Ignore me stuttering here.
Bear will be taken down to half health, but a lot of the CC that was attempted to use on him goes wide. Kin will finally pick up that kill. Teleport's coming through. Zeus is here first. Can he find any sort of CC onto Nuche? He's going to use the swiftness to slow things down a little bit here, but Nuche still on the wrong side of the map from the rest of his team. Kin picking up a second kill there right as the Drake spawns. That will be the sole Drake going over to the side of Fool's 5 outside of a miracle steal from Gel. Which I don't think it's not coming through. It's going to be soul. It's going to be soul for Fool's 5.
Yeah, soul for Fool's 5. And I'm going to hopefully redeem myself here from that horrendous amount of stuttering there. Baron as well, getting looked at for Fool's 5. Mid push is something that you need to get when you're looking for a dragon, considering that there are still 2 towers in mid available and the super minion is pouring into your base. Instead, Bear walks down bot and tries to look for the bot prio. Gel hooked. I mean, he tries. He could steal this.
Yeah,
I'll hold my point until this Baron is done.
Go on the death sentence. Bear is also in the area. Gel can easily get into the pit here. And the F5 Smite is too early from Gel. Will not claim that one. And on the back end, Uche will be found. Will just about be able to get away, probably. But the main thing is that it is Baron going over to the Fool's 5 Mercenaries. Uche dodge out that Vision Eye from Swain. And Baron going to be picked up.
Another thing about tank junglers as well is that you're able to do what Gel just did and not die immediately. If you're Skarner with this build, right, 150 stacks of Heartsteel is not a ton. But being able to get in, smite away the Baron potentially, right? Gel didn't actually get it, but potentially smite away the Baron, and then continue to fight because you're only half HP, say, instead of being completely dead like Gel was. And you're also not the carry, right? As a tank. As a Sejuani or a Maokai, hypothetically, who isn't been doing too great, but, even in a Mumu, right? Not terrible. You were able to, get in, potentially steal the Baron, and keep team fighting. Because this Kane needs prior around his draft.
Oh, wow, what a hook from Free Curry. Going to force the flash out of Junior. Going to give him live for now. Maybe not as impactful as a hook as I thought it initially was going to be. It was Gel kind of on the wrong side of things here. Just going to get sunned up against that wall. Q-Ball claimed that kill obviously extremely easily. No trouble there whatsoever for the mid laner of the Fool's 5. But as the mid-wave comes in, Baby Cage going to stun up 3. But there's just not enough damage, not enough gold onto the carries of the side of Glacial Void. There it is. 2 kills over to the side of the Fool's 5. No one left alive for the side of Glacial Void, and they do manage to kill the wave, so it will be a little bit longer. We'll buy them a little more time. Tremmy taking down to about half health, but still looking healthy nonetheless, and with how low these health bars are on the side of the Fool's 5 Mercenaries, they aren't quite able to end off that fight.
But, I mean, how many more fights is it going to take? 1, 2, Elder in 3 minutes. Baron is, falling off relatively shortly. Middenham has respawned. So you're in a pretty good position for Glacial Void right now. Jouet also completed the Nash's building towards, I believe, that's Terminus. Which I don't think you really need to with the Kaiser build, but I won't get into Kaiser builds right now. I think still, it's going to be multiple fights in a row Glacial need to win to try to get back into this game. Even if they somehow get Elder and Ace, there are so many towers available, and the wave states are never good because you never win side lane, right? Tremmy doesn't win side against Zeus or Q-Ball, and Bear doesn't win side lane.
This isn't quite where you want to be. The death sentence from Pre-Curry, not really going anywhere near Gel, so it'll be fine.
Oh,
but Bear,
pulled him aside.
Bear, you don't have the 55,000 healing there available. Going to be absolutely deleted by the side of Fool's 5 as they move towards the top side of this map. The pushing wave, they managed to take this top inhibitor with the Elder Drake coming up in a minute 30. That is pretty disastrous, especially if they can get both mid and top. Yeesh.
This is a great position. Bear caught out in a very tense moment in this game. You're absolutely right. These two inhibs getting taken when Elder is spawning in a minute and 20 from now should spell certain end for Glacial Void. As long as Mercs don't try to end here.
Oh, the flash forward from Curry. Will it be the play? A bit premature. Trimmy going to get the kill to start things out. Now the Humble Trespass comes down. Going to keep Joe alive a little bit longer. Keeps him up for now. Not quite, but it's enough to come Q-Ball. No, it's not. Won't matter. Bear gets Ken. And that's actually probably a bigger target. The Moon going low. Another kill going over the side of Trimmy. It's just too ambitious from the side of the Fool's 5. Bit of an odd choice for Free Curry to flash in there, especially since they have the Elder Drake coming up in 35 seconds now. It means that only, I mean, at the very least, Kin will be back up for it, and they can run over to this. But this might be, it just might be what Glacial Void need. At least, if they are going to come back, that will be part of it.
This is a good start to the comeback for sure. I mean, the only thing that Mercs need to not do there is fight, because that's the only way that Glacial Void can get back in the game. The best thing to do there is have vision in your pocket, right? A bunch of wards, the support wards. Put Glacial in their base and then walk backwards. Right? Walk backwards as the waves crash in. Keep some members of
Zeus and Trimmy walk right past each other. Trimmy with the Baby Cage will be able to stun up Zeus and stop stashes. And so now actually Zeus is in a world of trouble, taken down to half HP. Lantern going to take him away. Free Curry eventually going to get away here now. But actually, is he? No, he's not. Trimmy does get that kill. The Death from Beyond at least does take Gel in return. Importantly, that is no jungler for the side of Glacial Void. So if Glacial Void are going to prevent this Elder Drake
TP into the base.
being taken. Oh wait, hold on. The TP from Q-Ball. Is this the play? Do they get it? Any TP is available. Trimmy does have the TP over his own. That's going to be a tower going down. So Trimmy now getting it. Kin gets the kill, but Trimmy does successfully teleport back. Can Q-Ball in this one? We've got an open Nexus. Trimmy only at half health. We go back over to the bottom lane. Zeus gets the kill onto Bear. So the teleport, it's an ambitious play from Q-Ball to try to end this one, but it does at least gather a response from the side of Glacial Void as they are in full retreat. It gets them off the Elder Drake and does secure it for the side of the Fool's 5.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Zeus didn't look for the double TP. I think that would have been a clean end right there, but Elder on the back of 5 members of Mercs plus Baron getting looked at right now. Should be in the end. I think if Mercs can't end the game here, this series is completely over in favor of Glacial Void. You have every tool available to you. Kaiser sure has items, Vega sure has items, but this team comp from Glacial Void is a swing and a huge miss. I really don't understand where the logic behind these picks is. Gel needs a miracle to get in here and steal and still somehow not lose the game. Remember, he is not tank, which I've been harping on all game. He's being poked, he's been hooked,
Taken down, and he's dead. He's dead long before the Baron's even within range to be smited away. And now Free Curry throws the lantern over the wall, trying to find Nuche. Should have the death sentence available now. Going to force the flash away. Jouer going to have his recall canceled as well. Flashing to keep himself alive a little bit longer, but this is just the wrong side of the map. And there it is, confirmed. The Moon going to get the kill there. And so 2 more going down on the side of Glacial Void. It's only going to be Bear, Trimmy, and Nuche to keep this one up. It's going to be a monumental task, especially with that death sentence standing onto Trimmy. Nuche going to go down now. Trimmy follows soon. Bear goes between worlds, but there's just nothing you could do at this point. Won't matter. It's a bit fun to watch with those dashes. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a very convincing performance from the side of Fool's 5 Mercenaries to bring the series back to level at 1. One where, I mean, personally, I thought it'd be a very quick Glacial Void 3-0.
Yeah. I mean, I'm annoyed, and I'm gonna tell everybody why I'm annoyed. First of all, I'm a Kaiser player. So seeing that does hurt my soul, seeing the draft around Kaiser. But I think that if you pick Kayn in a competitive match, you're asking to lose. I think it is just plainly not good, right? It doesn't do anything better than some of the other carry junglers do, right? It's not Viego. It's even something like a Kha'Zix I could understand, right? Because it's got a counter potential there, playing against the Xin Zhao. I just don't understand first picking Kaiser and then drafting a team comp where Kaiser is just unplayable in it. She has no space to work. She has no team around it at all. No CC to help with the passive. I mean, maybe you have to go AP Kaiser there because you just aren't allowed to hit. If Urgot, there's just no space. You need a draft that is going to facilitate the Kaiser. You need a ton of CC. You need a ton of tanks. Or even just bodies to put in front of the Kaiser, like Kaiser Galio. Galio was obviously picked. But if you're able to take the Skarner for yourself, if you're able to go Sejuani and not pick double AP solo laners so that you're able to go the Sejuani and feel okay. I mean, I understand that Bear might be a great mage top player, but it didn't do enough, right? Oh, but he got ganked a ton. That's why mage top laners don't work that great, right? Just pick Ornn. Just pick Sion. Play with the Kaiser, please. You don't all need to be the carry, like in quotation marks carry. Because in my eyes, the people who are playing the Rakans, the Skarners, the Ornns, the Threshers, they are actually carrying the game. Because it's allowing people like Jouer to just attack move and press Q for free. That's my piece done. I'll relax now.
Well, you'll have a bit of time to relax. We're going to send it to a break before the draft of Game 3, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with that. And after a dominant showing for the Fools 5 in Game 2, we've got ourselves a series, Jabez.
And this is what I was talking about, Isaac. You ban Jinx all the time. Now, immediately you aren't banning Jinx. Instead, you're banning the virus, which means the Glacial Void most likely looking for this Jinx first pick. If Mercs read this, they're able to ban it away. And, then Glacial Void go towards something else. There's not a ton of 80 carries left. Banning away the Jinx, banning away the virus if this Jinx does get banned away. But then, you've left one of your bans available, which was the Orianna from Merc. So now you're able to go Orianna from Glacial Void. Maybe you go Orianna Nocturne, Orianna Jarvan. It's quite a good start to the comp from Glacial Void. I think that's actually better than first picking Jinx here, considering how the first pick Kai'Sa ended up going with the comp built around. So Mercs have options to what they want to ban. They go towards the Volibear, so they're going to be giving the Jinx, but they might take away the Orianna here. I think that's the best thing to do. So they're going to go
Jarvan and then Orianna.
Makes a ton of sense. And then the Orianna after. I think it's a really good read from Mercs and a nice counterpunch there to what Glacial Void were trying to do.
Yeah, and it's definitely in the wheelhouse of these players here. Not only is J4 pick up for Fools 5, it's also a really solid takeaway from Gel as well. That's a very champion that Gel has played a lot of throughout this season, and so it's the two sides of it right there working extremely well for Fools 5. If they lock in the Jarvan, and we're guessing at least right now the Orianna is going to follow quick.
Yeah, I think you do need to, because if you don't, Glacial Void is still able to go Nocturne Orianna, and that's still fine. Yeah, the Jarvan with Jinx. I think that what you can do here is you can go Orianna, Tahm Kench. Or if you're not worried about Tahm Kench getting banned, you just go Orianna Nocturne and go Tahm Kench with the Jinx. And if Jinx gets land on by Jarvan here...
Well, the choice is the Twitch. Ooh. And yeah, there's the Orianna with the Moo, which is fine.
It's still okay. I get it. I think Tahm Kench is great for Glacial Void here. It pulls Jinx out of Jarvan ult and basically nullifies the entire engage. Thresh would be great too, but considering that Thresh is already been picked, I mean, maybe you're going a Lulu here with this Twitch, but even then, I'm not super convinced. It's a takeaway from the Jinx pairing. The Mel, I mean, feels a bit all over the place from Mercs, to be honest.
Yeah, those are my thoughts on the at least the first 3 picks from the Mercenaries is mostly just
yeah. I know exactly how you feel. Jack's banned away. Cassiopeia continuing to be banned. I mean, I guess it's Cassiopeia top, isn't it? They really, really, really don't want to play against Cassiopeia top. I mean, if Glacial Void were going to go towards that, they would probably end up picking in the top 3. I mean, I think that this is a swing and a miss on no Tahm Kench ban. I think if this is Tahm Kench, and then, what are you missing? You're missing top lane there. You could honestly go towards anything. You can go towards the tank. You can go towards another mage top. I honestly don't even hate an Italy top. It's not going to get picked, but I feel like it would be a bit of an issue. Yorick wouldn't even be too bad here as well. It's going to be the Jax and the Ambessa. Could be like something like a Renekton, maybe a Kennen pick here for Glacial Void. Just trying to read what these bans even say. I mean, with the Nautilus, I like the Tahm Kench even more. You're just saving the Jinx is all you do here. I don't love the Lulu. I don't love Lulu. I don't think it's good. I think you just get hooked by Nautilus and die. And now you kind of need to pick a tank for Glacial Void in the top lane, because otherwise you're banking all on a Moo. I thought if you go the Tahm Kench, that's a ton of frontline. You can kind of go towards anything with this top lane pick. Now, I really only want to see something like an Ornn. Camille, I guess, makes sense. It's a ball delivery service with Orianna. Lands onto Twitch decently well once he comes out of Invis to try to shut him down.
Yeah.
The Yone is both of those things, I guess, but the Yone is typically a counter pick. I don't really see why. Like, Jax and Bessa, are those matchups unplayable for Yone? I don't really consider them to be. Maybe they are, but I don't love the draft from Glacial Void here.
Uh, I mean, it's a comfort pick for Bear. At least that, and you can get some good range on the Fate Sealed. You can kind of help out with the ball delivery a bit there. It's kind of
Yeah.
so I kind of see the angle. I think comfort's also very important, especially in and around the gold level. I mean,
Mm.
if you get someone on a champion that they know really well, like Glacial Void on this Yone, I see the angle, but the counter pick of Shin out of the Fool's Five Mercenaries uh, feels a little bit tougher for Yone to play into.
Yeah, I'm just consistently, bamboozled by the lack of like frontline for Glacial Void. They really don't like playing frontline. They do just like all having carries. Like
Which
Bear is like, I'm gonna carry this game, and then in the mid lane, Oriana's like, I'm gonna carry this game, and then Jue is like, I'm gonna carry this game. It is a risky look, and it's kind of lucky. Gel goes towards the Mumu this game, guys. Okay, my bad on the Kane, guys. I'll just play a Mumu this game. But everyone else, I mean, really, the showstopper for me has been support of Glacial Void. I mean, Rakan last game, Lulu this game, kind of sacking himself a little bit. No Lux or anything like that. So, I mean, I'm glad about that.
It's also funny that you should mention that Glacial Void, at least in these last two games, have been almost completely allergic to playing frontline outside of the Amumu.
Mm,
When they looked best in game one, when they were
yep,
basically all frontline. So,
that's how it works.
so it is a little bit odd in that sort of way. But I think with that, we're going to send it to a break for the spectator delay. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for Game 3 between Glacial Void and Fools 5. And we are back for game 3 between Glacial Void and the Fools 5's Mercenaries. And one thing we didn't quite cover, Gebetto, in the draft was that Glacial Void, after their loss in game 2, has doubled the amount of losses they've taken all season.
True. That is an upsetting fact for Glacial Void, but I mean, if you're going to ego draft, like we were talking about potentially happening, some of those losses are going to happen. And if you're doing that in the semis, in playoffs and semis, maybe it's a bit deserved as well. And I think Glacial Void need to make sure that they stay locked in, stay focused. In this draft, even though I think that it could be better, does have some very good synergies. The dive team comp is great, right? Jinx is just a solid AD carry, and Lulu's a good pairing with that. But I mean, you've got Orianna with Amumu Yone, right? The ult, the shockwave on top of either Amumu or Yone work wonders together, landing onto either cue ball or Ken. I mean, the moon does have a great time into Orianna and Jinx. And we're talking about what we were talking about on the break. What is the best situation for Glacial here from first pick? And I was mentioning, even if you go Jarvan first and Mercs take both prior picks away, you're left with Jarvan into 2 immobile carries, which is what we've got now. There isn't a ton of synergy with the Jarvan. The Mel does have some range damage and ability to land on top of the moon when he goes in. But it's not something like an Orianna. It's not something like even an Ari. Works pretty well with, but have to see. Glacial Void have had some pretty rough early games in both the games. Hopefully it doesn't turn into all the games. Hopefully Glacial are going to be able to have a better early game. The pre-level 6 for Glacial is quite rough.
Oh, free Curry will find the dredge line onto Nuche, getting a decent chunk out of him, but the return damage is also really solid as the moon looking for a level gank onto Bear. Zeus going to find the taunt. It's a little bit too early to layer the CC with the flatting drag though.
Yeah, good gank though from the moon. I mean, definitely faster clearing and stronger than Gel on this Amumu pre-level 6. But Gel pathing down to the bot lane might look for just a scuttle, or maybe look to alleviate a bit of this pressure in the bot lane.
Oh yeah, and Free Curry used the dredge line to go in, not knowing where Gel was, knowing that his own jungler was in the top side as well. It's a great bandage toss onto Kin. It's just a little bit too far from Shuiwei and Nuche to really follow up on that engage.
Still a good look though, right? I mean, Amumu did 3 camps into bot gank, so will be significantly behind on the clear here. The moon walking around into bot side here, trying to catch Gel on a rotation, but isn't able to find it. Gel needs to get up to this top side to start clearing. Pardon me, in these hiccups today. Awful. Gel needs to get up to this top side to start clearing, or the moon will have a significant advantage. You're also potentially staring down the barrel of a double scuttle here from the moon. If he's able to clear quite quickly, get bot scuttle, and then run top before Gel finishes this clear, which I don't think will happen because the moon wasn't able to get scuttle first, which might have been the correct choice. Double scuttle first even, and then run back down to bot. But either way, I mean, like I said, it's a speed run to 6 for everybody here. Tremi, Gel, the moon, Zeus, Bear, all champions that really want to be level 6 before they start doing anything. I mean, Bear, for the most part, really wants boots, and once he gets Bork online as well, that's when the lane will look a lot scarier. Another hook out.
Oh, Free Curry. Yeah, going to take a lot of time to walk around those Flame Chompers by Joyway. Going to take him really low. Not going to feel good, especially right before the moon does show up on the spot in spot lane, does get spotted on the Tribush. Free Curry going to go in, trying to find Nuche. But of a miscommunication maybe between Nuche and Juewei. Nuche going forward to try to get the kill, but Juewei going away. So that gives up the space and need for Kin to pick up the first blood on the gank.
Maybe if you're Nuche there, you just need to even flash forward to try to get the first blood onto Free Curry, die to tower then. Just anything to not give over the kill to Free Curry.
Won't find the knock up from Bear on the Q3. Zeus going to be all right there, despite getting knocked by the bandage toss from Gel.
I mean, the blocks just too strong from Zeus there. The worst part about this for Glacial Void is that the first blood kill is onto Twitch. And there isn't really any way of landing onto Twitch this game. This is why I think that Nocturne is better, because Nocturne Oriana can guaranteed engage onto anybody, and it's not a tank, sure. If a Moo has flash available, and he can flash R onto Ken as soon as he comes out of invis, but still, that's really ambitious. And Ken has Flinter Cam, so it's not even going to do anything. If this is Nocturne, the second that Twitch is spotted on a ward anywhere, instantly Gel can Paranoia, Shockwave on top of it, land onto Ken, take him down. I'm worried that Ken will have too much free space. The benefit to Glacial Void is that Twitch is being paired with a Nautilus this game, which will help in lane a little bit if you're able to catch the Lulu out, which has been happening and has netted Ken first blood. But later on, there's nothing to help buff this Twitch. If it was a Yuumi, if it was a Lulu, with this Twitch, I understand it a lot more, although the lane does look slightly differently. I'm not sure how I would call the late game here between Jinx and Twitch. I would imagine that Jinx does much better with the Lulu specifically, but Ken, he's been performing really well. Gel, no reflect here in mid.
Not going to have that, but looks like nothing much will come from that. Does actually shift over to the top lane. Temu Zeus is going to take a big chunk out of Bear. Going to force that flash out of the Yone. And going to be relatively alright, but if he stays around a little bit longer, it might be a little bit troublesome. Gel's in the area. Doesn't look like Zeus is backing off of this one so far, and actually it's going to be Gel walking forward. Bear going to land the fate sealed, going to be forced to be snapped back. A lot of damage does come out onto Zeus, but isn't enough. Zeus
just melts. He got cried on.
Yeah, it's a bit of an odd choice from Zeus there. Bear staying perhaps a little bit too long. The red buff available to the moon, and the burn does eventually get the kill onto the Yone in return as a result. But can take a lot of damage onto Nuche, but takes a tower shot. Is it enough? No, not quite finding W onto Kin. And the flash forward from Free Curry gets the kill, gets the feats. But at what cost? Kerr's going to take him low. There is a control ward in that lane bush there. Jurye not quite going to find the W as the dredge line gets used by Curry to get the ultimate escape. Bear now, no flash, no teleport. You hate to see this. Cue Ball gets a kill in the top lane, and the Fools 5 have done really well in the early game. Once again, going up 4-1.
Mercs are slowly doing it. They're finding weak points in the armor, in the defense of Glacial Void down in bot lane. A huge pressure point across all of the games. The bot lane for Glacial Void hasn't been performing well at all.
Oh, Super Mega
Death Rocket. Not able to steal any of these grubs. But in top lane as well, shutting down Bear on any pick that he's going that isn't this Zac. I mean, this is the thing. The Zac looks so good. It's a tank with healing. And then the next 2 games, we decide to play carry and carry. It's a completely different look for Bear, and he's very much not as comfortable on the Yone as he is on something like the Zac. Even if he plays a ton of mage top lane, he doesn't look anywhere near as comfortable. Free curry. No ult available. No depth charge available.
Cue Ball going to flash away. But here comes the rest of the Fools 5. Free Curry going to be slowly trundling forward. Gel's here, and I'm not sure if Fools 5 Mercenaries know his exact location. So they will back off away from that, knowing that they could have trouble there. And it'll just be a bit of a stalemate too.
Looks like Q-Ball was forced to flash away from the shockwave from Tremi. So very impossible for Glacial Void to take that fight. That's really the only damage. Until Yone and Jinx, are able to get items online and they're able to rotate over to the team fights, this is a complete shotgun comp. Can you land Gel and Tremi onto the same target? Yes. Okay. Get a kill and profit. Can you, do you miss? No. Well, now you've, basically lost the team fight. Even if you don't get any kills, you can't team fight after that. 50 seconds on this next Drake, and Kibble does have
Oh,
Sorry.
Curry.
Finds Gel.
I didn't know if he realized Gel was there or not. Gel won't lock down Curry, though. Instead, tries to go to Kin. May have been a bit of a mistake. Kin, oh my gosh, the damage from the Twitch is huge. Gets 1 kill. Nuja is going to be about half health as well. Going to get slowed. Curry's here. The Moon also going to force the flash out of that support. And it's another kill going over to the Fools 5 after they spend so much time there in the bottom lane to find something. It's actually Glacial Void who's going to have a death go their way.
Okay, this is a pretty basic concept, and I'm going to try to say that in a not demeaning way. But I'm looking at Jinx items right now, right? BF Sword plus Longsword. That's around about 650 gold, I think, if I'm correct. I think BF Sword's 1300, Longsword's 350. Is that correct?
Yep.
I think I'm correct.
Yeah, you are correct.
Jue had that on base and took the fight with just the slingshot there, which is an awful, awful item, right? So is basically even with Ken. Instead, Jue decides, no!
Oh! Well, I mean...
Ignore my point. Ignore my point.
It stops feats as well. Look at that. Perfectly placed. The smite was early. Oh, the smite took it down to 100 HP. Oh no.
Boy.
Just a bit greedy from Moon. Not expecting the Jinx ult coming through. And, yeah. Well, not quite feats just yet for Fools 5. But still, all things considered, it's not ideal to see that Infernal Drake go away, but still, they're about 2k up, or actually more like 1.5. And still have the 2 objectives and have a larger gold onto the Twitch, so I don't really think they mind all too much. Straight up, all things considered.
I'm gonna continue my point. I'm gonna assume, like, in most situations, Mercs get that Drake, they're up 2, right?
Yeah.
You force flash from cue ball, Shockwave is coming up. You gank down bot, force cleanse out of Twitch. You're in such a great position. Ken still doesn't have flash even now. So you have no flash on Mel, no flash on Twitch, and no cleanse with an Amumu, who will have ult.
This is not where you want to be. The Moon does quite a bit of... Oh, Freaker, that dredge line was... you missed the hook on a CC target. Not great.
Yeah. But instead of, after forcing cleanse out of Ken, you can base, get that item on Jinx.
Oh, wait, hold on. Zeus does well to get the tower shot away, and I'm not quite sure how that Fate Seals connects with Zeus, but it does nonetheless. And with the help of Gel, that'll be the second kill going over the side of Glacial Void to start to carve back into this deficit that they have.
I mean, it's a good look from Glacial Void. Bear really needs that gold, that time. I mean, he is building a CS gap now, so despite the 2 deaths, Zeus hasn't really collected any gold of his own.
Flash Cataclysm from the Moon. Going to take Bear low, and he's used the E to get away, so he comes right back. There's not much he can really do at this point. Flag gets the kill, and that's actually a very big distance between Nuche and Jiwei. I'm going to choose to not continue to go in off that one. Free Curry did not have the depth charge, but it's going to be another hook from Free Curry. Finds Nuche. The spray and pray from Kin Kaneki does a lot to pick up that kill. Cue Ball going to use the reflect on the bandage tosh. That's not quite how that works. The Stand United not going to be enough to keep the cue ball alive, and the Moon now going very well. Gel find another bandage tosh shows just north of the Moon. Temu Zeus does eventually get taken down by Trimmy in the end anyway. And so on this back end, Glacial Void had a really poor start. They have found a few moments for themselves in the last few minutes.
And finally, Tremi having another good game here. The Galio game was great. Last game, the Veigar didn't really do anything. I'm glad to see a jungle mid pairing that makes sense and allows Tremi to facilitate the game with the control of Orianna.
Oh, Freaker again finding a hook, and he does have the depth charge this time. Nuche going to be okay. Doesn't have to really use anything there. The Flame Dropper's doing a lot for Shueisha to keep himself, keep his team comfortable there.
And there is the Yone Spark that I was talking about. Full boots plus Bork means that this lane is a lot easier. Wait, oh, hang on. I'm a little confused. I understand enemy team does have as Herald is getting taken pretty much for free, I would imagine, considering Gel's in
Oh,
bot.
Kin, going to flash away. Joe will use the bandage toss up Kin. There's really nowhere for Kin to go after he flashes away. It's an easy follow-up bandage toss again from Gel. That'll be a kill onto the Twitch. Yet another good look from the Glacial Void.
Really good ult there from Nuche too. As soon as Ken gets ulted by Gel, Curse of the Sad Mummy, gets cleansed away immediately. Instantly the knock up from Lulu ult there. Perfect timing, and it's still down 1k for Jouet, but okay.
I mean, yeah. It's funny, but
anyway, Bear is up 1k now as well, right? This is a situation where you're basically at Yone's biggest spike here. I mean, depending on what you go, whether it's Shieldbow or IE. I assume it's going to be IE. Look at how much damage Bear does to Zeus. He does
my
nice
goodness.
dodge,
Will land the knock up. He still gets it. Wow. Bear. I mean, that's what a 30 CS and boots gets you on the Yone.
Yep.
We'll take down Zeus in the 1v1 for the solo kill. I mean, that does give him first turret, at the very least, and this means Bear is really high up. We've got all 4 members around this Drake and no teleport on Bear, so the rest of this fight.
No cleanse, no flash either for Ken. This needs to be a give for Mercs if they try to fight this. I mean, I don't think that Stand United is available. I think it is actually. Oh, it just ticked over to be available
just came up
now. Just came up, so could rotate over for the team fight, but I mean, Curse of the Sad Mummy not available. Shockwave is, but Tremmy's over in mid lane. Looks like Merc's trying to force their way in.
Comes down. They are going to force their way in. The wild growth on the Gel will give him more health, keep him alive a little bit longer, but will it be enough? No, he doesn't. And as the Stand United comes down onto Kin, 2 members of the side of Glacial Void come down, and everybody's here for the Fools 5. And that's the double kill for Kin. And that will be more gold going on to this Twitch.
Yeah, it's just a really confusing fight again. It feels like it's really, really overforced. There's no cleanse, no flash on this Twitch. That is a free kill easily. Tremmy is trying to get mid prio. Let him get the mid prio first. Let him clear the wave and rotate down. Instead, you're ganked by the entire team of Mercs. Nice Super Mega Death Rocket will clear the wave, but tower will go down. There's just not enough damage. I mean, Stand United gets cancelled by Bear in the top lane. So Shen isn't even able to join. Zeus isn't even able to join there. But if you aren't together as your team, like that's a dragon that you don't actually need to fight for if you don't want to, right? It's a second dragon for both teams. It means basically nothing. You're on a Jinx. You want to scale. Bear's up in top lane trying to pull a mid-tier 2. If instead you drop that, rotate as 4 to mid lane, push in the wave, try to break mid-tier 1, and then rotate up
might
top
be in a
of the
little bit of trouble
mid-tier 2.
here. That's a good bandage toss from Gel. The flash will dodge out the fate sealed, but I'm not sure if it'll matter. Gel will just cry onto Zeus, and that's going to be another death going on to the Shin in this game 3.
Again, I didn't get to mention it earlier because a fight had started, and hopefully I get to mention it here. Hopefully Gel isn't too caught out here.
Still get it. Free Curry. We'll find Gel. Bandage toss will find its way onto Kin. Kin, no flash, no cleanse, taken down by Trimmy. And now it's only Q-Ball and Curry left. At least Q-Ball will get the kill onto Gel, but I'm not sure that's much left for them to do. Curry flashes away, Super Mega Death Rocket lands. It's a great use of that ability from Shueisha, and now he's going for it. He's got excited. The wall will be there for the moon to flag and drag away, keep himself alive. But it's another really good play from the side of the Glacial Void as they've essentially cut out their gold deficit from the start of this game at this point.
And you see how great the fights are from Glacial Void when Bear is around them, when Gel gets the space to work, to, be a frontline, how important it is for a team comp But I'm gonna continue to say, hopefully I do get to finish my point. Zeus doesn't seem to know. He doesn't seem comfortable in the Shen. I don't want to be, too harsh, but this build is horrendous. I know you're against Amumu Oriana, but first item Hollow Radiance into Yone is free 0-5, and that's what he is. I know that he bought the Bramble Vest before that. You don't need Bramble Vest into Yone this early. He doesn't have fleet. He doesn't have any healing. Why is this an instant Hollow Radiance second item finish? Not only that, but it's not a great MR item either. If you wanted Barmies, you could go why have I forgotten the item?
Gosh,
Sunfire.
Sunfire Kid.
Sunfire.
Yeah.
You could go Sunfire, right? If you wanted the Barmies item, and then go Merc Treads for the anti-CC, like the Tenacity. If you wanted to go something like a Hollow Radiance first, you could go Plated Steel Caps first to try to fight the Yone.
Oh.
I think
starting Otacon though. This seems needlessly. And Stand United available. Temu Zeus, cue ball going to prevent a lot of damage coming there, but to the top side of this map, that's going to be 2 kills over to the side of Glacial Void to start this one out, but their health bars are low. Kin gets a kill into Nuche. Kin is still feeling healthy. Gel goes forward, finds a lot of damage, gets a kill onto cue ball, but not enough onto Kin. And so it was overall 3 for 3, even in kills, but seems like just a bit needlessly reckless from the side of Glacial Void.
This is another thing that I see with some low elo teams. There's 2 different things I want to bring up here. The first one is it is very standard for players like Oriana, Amumu, Yone, etc. to say, I'm on 2 items. I'm really strong. Let's force a fight because I'm really strong. We should fight everywhere because we'll win. That's not always the case though, because your ADC, who is a Jinx, who will scale forever. By the way, who went PTA, which is not correct. Don't go PTA Jinx. Needs 6 items to be a threat, like a massive, massive threat. 3 items minimum to be really, really strong. You don't need to force. You have so much time with the dragons available. Ocean Salt isn't the end of the world. You have time. You do not want to force. The second thing is, again, Ken has 2 items. Your Jinx has 1. You need to press tab, see that Twitch has an item up on your ADC, and not fight. And if your complaint is, how am I supposed to look at that? It is someone's job. It is either Joue's job or it is whoever is the team captain's job. Someone on the team needs to press tab, see Twitch has full runins, and go, guys, we probably shouldn't fight this Twitch right now. We probably shouldn't force Otacon in their face. It's going to debuff us and make us lose. Bear looking for an all-in top, though.
Yeah, Bear has got this a few times now. There it is on the snapback. Gets the execute. There, another solo kill for Bear. That's just how this lane has gone in Game 3 for the side of Glacial Void. The push in the bot lane, moving around Otacon again a bit dangerously. Bear does have teleport at the very least this time around. Should they try to do it? Especially since Zeus.
He's looking for the solo kill for sure.
Oh, he's looking at it again. Oh, win! Oh, hold on. Cue ball. Going to get the solo kill onto Bear and the shutdown. Very least it means that it draws everyone away from this Drake. And that does mean it will not be soul point. And the flash isn't enough. And the Curse of the Sad Mummy finds 3. The back end, but I don't know if this is the fight you want. Cue ball is here once again. Gets that kill, and the teleport comes through for T1 Zeus. Doesn't quite get the taunt onto Trimmy. It's a bit of a mixed-up call. A lot of members of the side of the Fools 5 on the Otacon, while Zeus walks forward, tries to, I guess, zone them away. But this will almost certainly be the Otacon going to the Fools 5 Mercenaries.
The health bars are low, though. Gel is still in the area. I mean, I don't think this is an objective you want to flip the game on. It doesn't really mean that much at all. Like,
you're still on it.
It gives you a bit of XP, some adaptive force. Either team that gets this, like, if Gel dies, it's not worth giving a kill to Twitch. If everyone here...
Oh,
here comes to make it
No, I mean, it didn't do all that much damage. And there's the Otacon side of the Fools 5. And Gel just kind of stands there, waits to try to find a way, and Temu Zeus is going to flash away just to be all extra sure that he doesn't get killed. Bear going to miss the fate
boy.
sealed. Free Curry going low, going not down. He's alive on sub 200 HP. Everyone gets out from the side of Fools 5, and it's just a lot of time spent around the Otacon.
Have a look at the timer on the top of your screen right now. Baron has just spawned. One of the best plays to do there is exactly what happened. Look at the base timers from Mercs. This could have been 20 plus seconds on Baron already. If you had all run out, said it's going to take them ages to do Atacam, and they're going to be weak, they have to base after. All of them have to base. I will super mega death rocket it from base to make it look like we're contesting, do a bunch of damage to them. Then let's go pull Baron and get Baron for free. This Atacon is not that useful of an objective. We're probably not going to be able to go back and see it because it's been too long now. But Tremi uses Shockwave as Gel goes in, and the ball was on himself. It was on Tremi.
Oh,
So Shockwave just cast on his feet. It's just all over the place fights from Glacial Void right now. Not only all over the place fights, pardon me, but just random for no reason as well. Twitch Ken nearly has 3 items. Zhui only has 1. Is, around about 500, maybe less gold away from Infinity Edge now. For some reason, bought 2 pots. I don't know if those were left over from the beginning of the game, but I don't think those are going to be super relevant with a Lulu who can shield you. But I just think the Glacial Void, they don't seem to understand each other's, champion spikes. When every champion wants to fight and why. Amumu wants to fight now with 2 items onwards, but only when his team is around. When you have Shockwave available on him, when you've got all odds available, Curse and Sad Mummy, Shockwave available, when you've got your Jinx behind you. Jinx wants to fight much later though. I mean, Yone has 2 items and wants to fight now too, but considering how far behind Zhui is on this Jinx, I am shocked the Glacial Void are still forcing fights. Zeus might be caught by the flash from Gel here. Nice little fist bump
flash
emote
used by Gel. We'll get the second bandage toss, and there's the Shockwave getting a decent amount of damage onto Zeus. I have to imagine, yep, there's the next bandage toss, but they send 2 bot, and immediately straight away it's moving on to the snapback, not in time. And that will be the kill onto Bear. And with 2 members, actually 3 members now in the bottom lane of the side of Glacial Void, they commit a lot just to get the kill onto Zeus. But that's a lot just for the Shin. And that opens up the Baron for the side of the Fools 5. Unless, wait, Gel is in the area now. And no, he's going to use Bandage Toss away onto the Raptors. So they're not going to contest that. That it will in fact be Baron for the Mercenaries.
No Shockwave for Tremi. Does have TP, but decides not to go. Feels like Bear is really uncomfortable on Yone. If you're able to take that E and check Baron, even if you're able to potentially stack up a Q on the wave first, then E forward and check Q forwards, instantly press E, and all you're doing is checking. You're not trying to fight there. Remember, the snapback is unstoppable. Once pressed, you will go back. You'll be stunned at the end. You might take damage, like did happen to Bear, but you'll still go back. Then, if you take a bunch of damage, you can base TP in. Tremi has TP, even though he didn't have Shockwave at the time. You still have Curse of the Sad Mummy. You still got this Jinx. That was a good time to fight. Jinx now at 2 items.
Bear! Wow, Cue Ball does so much damage at 18. My goodness, Bear just deleted on this Yone. You're mentioning Bear looks uncomfortable on this Yone. Are just really these 2 carries in general hasn't, other than this portion of the mid game. I had flashbacks to that first strike, and that first strike still from Zhui won't quite get it this time around. But yeah, Bear dying there straight away is absolutely massive for that Drake. Having any sort of hopes to be taken away from the from Glacial Void, and the Mercenaries once again push forward with this Bear, and with a lot of standing gold available on the map for Fools 5. They did eventually start to bloom this this gold lead once again. Had deleted, but now they're back to 2k up.
Careful, Tremi. If you get hit by that Nautilus R key, you will fall down pretty easily. Does have Zhonya's now, so will probably live that first one. But I'm still thinking, like, in my mind, and maybe this is because I've played quite a bit of Jinx, I'm still thinking, like, Jinx needs 4 more items, genuinely 10,000 gold before I'm confident
Oh, the
to fight.
reflection from Cue Ball!
Wow.
That was incredible Mel mechanics there. Uses the Zhonya's, or actually the Secret's arm guard to go invulnerable for now, but he's taking low, taking not quite down just yet. Bear goes forward. Cue Ball still alive. Finally, the shutdown goes onto Gel, but they commit so much to go forward. The moon is okay for now. Free Curry going back in to try to keep him alive a little longer. I don't know why they're trying to fight this without the Twitch. Nuche going to be the one to get the kill at the very least, but now Kin Kaneki is here. Flag drag finds Nuche. The moon goes a little bit too far just now, but here's the spray and pray. Kin is finally here. They didn't wait for him, but it took the fight long enough for Kin to arrive, and he gets the kills at the end of this one.
The tier 2 as well getting taken now. Glacial Void, just greedy everywhere. Dre looking for a random W for no reason at all. Maybe to check the bush, that's what your Amumu's for. That's what you have blue orbs for. Gets reflected, instantly dies from Cue Ball. I mean, you don't lose an end here by guess, but there's just so much gold onto Ken right now. And Dre is so out of the game. This is I assume, an LDR, I believe, getting picked up for Dre. But you're a full item down, essentially, against Ken. And this is a Twitch, right? Like, he is going to tear you to pieces if you aren't landing on top of him. And like I said, there's nothing to land on top of him. Bear looks so uncomfortable on this Yone. Building into the shield bow now. It looks like, one, he's not super comfortable with the kit, considering how much of it he's missing. But two, it does just look like ego to me. He's just constantly eing forwards and dying for no reason. When there's nothing up, he doesn't need to check. Like Jue, why are you Wing there? There's no point in pressing W against Mel, who is full health, when all she does is reflected and it hits you. She doesn't even have to aim it. And then you take a bunch of damage, forced to use your pots, now you're low. I mean, it's lucky that the dragon isn't spawning just of yet, but like, there's a ton of... Oh, Tremmy.
Oh, Tremmy.
Caught out
Oh,
and,
no.
Is just dead.
Oh, no. Ay, ay, ay. That's painful. You hate to see it. At the very least, there's nothing really on the map.
Is it worth for Bear? I'm so confused. There's so many of these players to me are just like, but why? If I was to ask you, if I was to pause the VOD right now and ask these players, but why did you do this? Like, walk me through the thought process. I am very sure all of them would say, I don't know. I really don't know why I did it.
Yeah, it's definitely been a bit questionable from Glacial Boy. Trying to find a nice ways as possible to put it. Glacial Void. I mean, a lot of it might just come down to egos. You were mentioning earlier. I mean, they only had the one loss all through the regular season. Definitely felt like maybe they could get more out of it. That they could pick these carries whenever they feel like it, without too much consideration of each other or the game as a whole. We do have Baron coming up in the next 10 seconds, and Drake as well. It is Soul Point for the Fools 5. They're going to get this fight started straight away. Kin is here. Not quite popping the spray and pray just yet, but it's the Curse of Sad Mummy used. Jinx will not quite get excited just yet. I mean, it's just, Kin, he's allowed to free hit. And once again, that's going to be the Fate Seal not finding Kin. And Kin just does so much work there in that fight. Doesn't get touched at all. Gets 3 kills even. And it's going to be a free Drake. Going to be free Soul Bear. Can he do anything to stop this one? Snaps back. Won't have that up. And it will be Ocean Soul for the side of Fools 5. And almost certainly Baron as well.
Yeah, it is just over for a Glacial Void right now in this game. There is nothing to land on to any of the members. Everyone seems very disconnected. Now, after this Baron, if Mercs are able to end the game here, you're looking at elimination point, you know, you were first seed the entire, basically the entire regular season. Tied a little bit with Jolly Rogers, but played against Jolly Rogers and beat them pretty convincingly. It wasn't necessarily like that, you know, Glacial Void have been having some difficult matches or playing badly. Like, they've been dominant the entire season, and I don't know what to put it to. I don't want to put it to a bunch of ego and these players just not respecting anything that Mercs have prepared at all, but it does seem like that. Just random fights all the time. Now this team comp doesn't scale at all. Jinx does, but she's still 35 minutes
Oh,
at
the
2 RD.
bandage toss will find its way onto Free Curry, but the dredge line goes straight through it. Nuche is going to use the wild growth on himself, but it won't matter. Cue Ball picks up the kill to start out this fight, and now Gel is far away from his team. Luckily, he's still very tanky. The fight's a little bit split. Free Curry trying to find a way in again onto Gel, interestingly. Won't quite find that one. Move that forward here, but now it's a bit split from the side of Glacial Void. Excuse me. As the Fools 5 move onto this mid inhibitor tower with the Baroned up wave. How many minions they do have available? That's going to be the bandage shots onto Kin, who's flash away, and he's going to be spaced out of this fight, but he's still alive and still full health, so they move back into this one. Spray and Pray is used, is available. Won't quite get the one. Flag and drag onto Gel in the back end, but it won't matter. That Kin is kind of out of this one. The rest of the Fools 5 are here. Cue Ball does so much damage. We've been talking about Kin a lot with his gold lead, but Cue Ball has also been on point on the Mel today here in Game 3, and it is an incredible performance for the Fools 5 as they take it to match point. I don't believe it. The Fools 5 Mercenaries are one game away from going to finals.
Against the #1 seed as well, breaking the win streak that was Glacial Void was building up, breaking more of the losses. You know, only 1 game loss for Glacial Void. Now they're on 3, which is just astounding to me. That, you know, yeah, you're right. Cue Ball did so much work in that game. Really, I don't know whether I want to fault Jouet or fault the team around him, because in back-to-back games he has picked scaling champions and his team has not played around him. I mean, I think that this team comp with Jinx is way better, but you've still been, you know, given, you're against Jarvan, right? Nautilus with a Lulu. And your team is just permanently fighting before you're ready to, right? You're down 4,000 gold at the end there, I can see, which is over a full item. And your mid laner is down 5,000 gold and is not able to work with your jungler at all. Like, it is really awkward. It's a really, really awkward position to be in for Zway, where, what do? Do I tell my team, no, we can't fight at all? Do I show up even though I'm down a full item? It is a rough position. But rougher is the position Glacial Void are in right now. First seed, the entire regular season, and now 1 game away from elimination.
Yeah, it'll have to find Glacial Void will have to find their old form they had coming into this one. Try to send us to Game 5, but yeah, match point for the Mercenaries as we head to a break, because when we get back, it will be the decisive draft for this series. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And we are back for the draft of Game 4 with a bit of a surprise for this one. Fools 5 Mercenaries 1 game away, advancing to finals against Glacial Void, who before this had only lost 1 game all season. For tuning in,
Yeah.
I'm Isaac alongside Gebetto. And just as a heads up for Game 4, there are only 3 bans for this one time around.
Yeah.
And we're getting to see very similar bans coming through.
Yeah, no Oriana, no Jinx. So the virus is still maintaining. Finally, we get a look at the Sejuani, which I'm a big fan of. I love seeing this jungler. It is a good jungler. It is strong. It is difficult to play against. Trundle has been picked quite frequently, mostly in LCK LPL against the Sejuani. Something that Glacial Void could go towards, but the Pantheon, this is the funniest thing about Fearless Draft. I've been saying it multiple times, is that early drafts in Fearless, in low elo drafts, look crazy. And then you get to like game 4, game 5, and they just start going, okay, what if we draft properly now? And they do. Pantheon first makes a ton of sense. Sejuani early is good. Xayah into the Sejuani makes sense to me. I would love to see something like Renekton. The Yone has been banned, was picked away in the previous game, but something that's going to help Sejuani proc this passive melee auto-attacking Syndra does work, but I think I want to see Renekton here or go towards the bot lane, which, I mean, there's not a ton of stuff left, right? I mean, Zeri,
No.
Aphelios, Siva, Tristana is still available. So that's going to get picked
Tristana.
away here.
Yeah, and it is a comfort pick for Ken, his most played champion, right? Yep, most played champion so far this season, and getting something this comfortable this late, not something you get to do very often. As you're mentioning how typically drafts go in lower elo Fearless. Not this time around though.
No Rakan to pair with this Xayah, which is a bit of a worry, but the Ornn pick up against whatever could be played from Fools 5, which I still think is very likely to be a Renekton. I would like it to be a Renekton. Yes.
Okay, so Glacial Void haven't played Ornn all season, but I did ask Trimmy for like information about things. He did throw a little snowflake in there saying Ornn can't be played Ornn in an unconventional position. Maybe he's baiting me and trying to throw me off and try to, like, if Fool 5 is hear these, maybe try to say maybe this Ornn isn't going top. But I don't know.
You know what it could be? You know what's even worse? It could be Tremmy taking on top and Bear taking a mage in the mid lane. You said he was a comfortable on mage mids.
Cassiopeia mid?
Yeah, he could go towards something like that. I mean, Cassiopeia top here works quite well. But yeah, he could take Cassie mid here, Tremmy go, take the on top. It's pretty good into the Tristana, pretty good into the Sejuani. Obviously, no bans here, so letting the timer tick down through. But I would hope, I want something like a Leona would be good, an Alistair would be good for Glacial Void right now to pair with this Xayah. Braum isn't available anymore, right? It got picked in game 1, so yeah. I love a Leona. Look, try to land onto the Syndra, stop the Tristana from jumping in. I really also would love an Ahri to pair with the Pantheon, some kind of, or even a Talia for instead of the Cassiopeia to pair with the Pantheon to enable the cripple. We'll have to see what Glacial Void go towards. I'm still a big fan of Renekton on 4-5 here for Fools 5. But, I mean, as the bands take their time away, we can only wait in anticipation.
Yeah, in anticipation. But, yeah, I think we're through now. Okay, we are through the second ban phase. It's a feature, I'll call it, of a LOL draft. Is that?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't quite. Oh,
no, please.
Emilio is locked in. That is in fact Emilio for Glacial Void. I I mean, I guess you could cleanse the glacial prison right now, as currently
Yeah,
what's
but why are you
shown.
picking Zaya then? Zaya immunes Glacial Prison. It's useless. This Milio is terrible here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find the angle in it more so than
I
anything.
mean,
Is
Fool's 5
Maokai?
draft is just so good. Like, it's Maokai top, could be Maokai support, but I mean, you're doubling up on CC, which makes Milio worse, right? And Bessa top, so into the Ornn, it's going to be them. I love Fool's 5's draft. I think it's so good. The Ambessa fills a pretty similar role as the Renekton does, pairing with the Sejuani, the Maokai as well. Not the best auto attacker, but does still have melee auto attacks to help Sejuani with the passive. I think this Fool's 5 draft is excellent. I think Glacial Void have really missed the mark. I mean, what do they go mid here? Like Vlad, it's
Vladimir.
okay. I don't know. I don't love it. I think there's enough burst to kill him. I think this is 3-1. Fool's 5.
Yeah, yeah, the 4 or 5 picks from Glacial Void are. I'm not a fan. Just equally not a fan.
Yeah.
I think unless maybe because Bear has played Vladimir quite a bit. Unless if it's like Ornn mid, and then like Vlad top into the Ambessa, which might be a bit
I think
better.
that Ornn gets smashed by Syndra though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
If Vlad top against Ambessa makes sense for the counter pick, I guess, and it would be quite a difficult lane. But
unless if we throw Ornn jungle and put Pantheon mid, and then we have solo kills in the mid lane. Easy.
That's crazy.
That's
That's
the
crazy.
angle. That's the angle for Glacial Void. You heard it here first.
I'm gonna hide then.
I mean, that would be unconventional. I will say, back when I had the patience to play ranked and also played competitive,
Yes.
on my team once, our jungler was an Orange jungle aficionado. He was actually kind of okay at it. Was it
Interesting.
the best pick ever? No, but I mean
I'll
he
take it over
knew.
Kane though.
See, but here's the thing also, is that he was like an Orange jungle one trick, right? So that's just kind of it was like kind of the thing he did because that's, I don't know, he just found it fun. There's just kind of his thing. I don't know if I'm a fan of it even then, and I'm less a fan of it if you haven't played it, as Glacial Void have not done the whole entire season.
Yeah, it's risky.
So yeah, it all around. Maybe that, I don't know. Maybe that's the angle. That's my big prediction, especially with the Ornn in an unconventional role. Note I got from Treme. My guess, but I think on. No, go ahead.
I would be mildly upset if it is anything other than. I think the problem is though is that like I am kind of convinced because like Vlad against Syndra sounds terrible. So it sounds like you're just going to get poked all game, have no lane. Remember, Vlad is a mega scaler and needs a ton of time as well. And Glacial Void haven't shown the ability to play. They have Ornn Vladimir. Like their side lanes are just bad pre 15 minutes, and they haven't showed the ability to wait, to be patient, and to play weak side well. They just haven't. Bear is always caught.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see if Glacial Void can bring one back and send us to Grapes, or if Fool's 5 can complete the absolutely unexpected upset here. But don't go anywhere. We have the Spectator Lane coming up. We'll be on the Rift when we come back. And we are back and loaded onto the Rift for match point to the side of the Fool's 5 Mercenaries. We take a look. It is, in fact, Trimmy on the Orn for this one.
Yep. Big call from the old Jabetto here, and some good scouting from Isaac too. We called this one. I hate it. I don't like it at all. I think that Vladimir has a good time into Ambessa, but I think that Ambessa is just going to be a better team fighting champion in general, and I think that Tremi on this Orn is going to have an awful time against Cue Ball. I mean, you see one of the biggest things here, Tremi has to go after Shock because he's never going to stack Grasp at all. Like it just feels harsh. I mean, maybe Spellbook is the best for Tremi here, to be honest. Would have been something that could have helped that, but like I hate the Milio pick. I think it's completely useless with Xayah. What does it do? You know, like it's got a cleanse, it increases her range, and she gets eaten alive by Ambessa, by Sejuani, by Syndra, by Ken. You're getting permanently pushed in. The Pantheon is a great look, but what lane is he ganking with Pantheon? Is he ganking top lane to Vladimir, who's going to be doing nothing early game? Probably not. And in Bessa, is he going to be ganking mid, where his mid laner is playing Ornn and Kubel has Syndra? Is he going to be ganking bot, where you've got Xayah with no engage support? Like, I really feel like Glacial Void. Glacial Void have like zero options early game. Their only chance really is like Vlad on 6 items, Xayah get a great team fight onto 20 Maokai. Other than that, like I am really worried for Glacial Void if they're going to be able to do anything this game.
Yeah, it's certainly unconventional from Glacial Void, but this is what they have chosen for themselves, especially with the in the later in that draft. This is apparently what they wanted, so perhaps they know something that we don't. Put it that way. But yeah, the Melio is certainly most questionable. We have a potential gank towards the mid lane. You mentioned where does this Pantheon gank? He's kind of hovering around there in mid a little bit. Just can't quite find the gank angle, as is very hard to gank with an Ornn mid as you just pass through mid lane there. And well, at the very least, Bear's doing somewhat okay here in this top lane.
Yeah, I would imagine that the Vladimir has an okay time against Mbessa and the poke, but Zeus is not going to want to look for solo kills, hopefully, right? Hopefully. He's going to want to rotate. He's going to want to TP over, take these early dragon fights, stack them up.
You say that.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's going to have to trade. He's going to have to take these trades against Bear to actually CS. If he just walks up and gets poked by Q non-stop from Bear, he's going to have a really, really hard time. But I think that this is a much better anti-heal game as well for Zeus to go towards. Like, he can go Bramble quite easily if he needs to, but I don't even think he needs to. Like, the build path is pretty solid, I think that it's a pretty easy plated steel caps game for Mbessa. Whether you're going to want to go towards something like the Black Cleaver first or the Eclipse.
Oh.
Yeah, this is basically what Zeus has to do to trade to get the wave. But unfortunately, he misses quite a bit of the wave. That is what it is, I guess.
Speaking of farming, hold on. Trimmy on the Ornn mid up 15. Well, that will say 10 CS. Lane over the Syndra. What? I mean, sure. We take those if you're the side of Glacial Void, but hold on, Gel is taking very low. Was still going to be in and around this Scuttle Crab. I don't think it's where you want to be. The smite onto the Scuttle Crab flames it. I'm going to assume for the side of Glacial Void, but they spend a lot just for the Scuttle. Flashes away from the side of Trimmy. So trade of flashes between mid and jungle there. Those two. And yeah, it is the Scuttle side. Oh, wait, Zeus. Bit in trouble. Flash forward. Bear gets the solo kill and the trade of flashes. Zeus tries to get away, but it's not in time. First blood to the side of Glacial Void.
I think Zeus just doesn't need to walk up, right? I mean, look, the moon is right there to hold the wave. Zeus does have TP. He just could have walked away, base TP'd in. And now as well, Mbessa, no pots.
Oh?
Good base stop for the Moon here. Then I have some farm here, but I mean, Cue Ball having first strike is a big deal because even though he's behind in CS, he will be farming first strike for free the entire game because there is zero chance, unless he like actually has never played Syndra before, there's no way that he isn't just proccing first strike non-stop. So I would be very shocked if that happened.
No, Orin
First
Q's OP.
dragon spawn. Yeah.
What do you mean?
No
Jeremy throws out a Q, no first strike, easy.
first strike, damn. He's got that timer on lockdown. I mean, Vladimir with the first blood, it's a big deal. You know, it doesn't like hurt Ambessa in lane too much, sure, but accelerating gold onto this late game scaling Vlad, Bear, gonna be pretty happy about that. Mercs, I mean, having bot prior, are able to walk around this dragon, but considering that the Moon is in base, not an option for right now. I mean, you got a Tristana, right? You are basically guaranteed to get prio in bot lane. Good trade from Zeus, but the long trade will favor Bear over the course of time. The Moon is passing down bot. Cue Ball still getting out cleared by Ornn, which is quite shocking to me. And Gel has rotated around the dragon, not level 6 just yet.
No, not just yet for these two junglers. So we'll be a little bit more before Gel can find a crazy surprise angle on the Grand Starfall. Kind of hovering around in the mid lane. Just kind of, just waiting around. We do have Dragon live. The extra push in that bot lane from not recalling on the side of Fools 5 does mean they'll have a positional advantage for this. And with Gel in the enemy jungle looking to just farm away the minions, will be the first straight going over to the side of the Fools 5 Mercenaries.
Pretty easy, Drake, but I mean, you would hope with this team comp that Fools 5 are getting first dragon. Enemy team has Vladimir, Ornn, and then Zyamilio. They have no prio anywhere. I mean, except for top, it seems, but in a team fight, Vladimir, not the best thing. Pantheon, no level 6, does now have level 6, so will hopefully look to impact these lanes. Imagine it will be the top lane, but the Moon in mid.
Here, not quite level 6, doesn't have that Glacial Prison just yet. Charge forward, not quite. Want to find the CC on the Trimmy, and, well, Ornn's probably not the easiest target to gank anyway. Free Curry here is roamed up to the top side for Grubs, though.
Yeah, this is important. This should also, I imagine, get Moon level 6 on one of these Grubs. So the fight could go quite easily in favor of Mercs. Has ticked over to level 6 just now, like I said, but there's no prio in these lanes for Fools 5. They have to be careful of getting sandwiched here. Gel is ulting.
Yeah, here comes the Grand Starfall. Actually, it's going to be fighting its way on to T1 Zeus. Timu Zeus going to taken very low, not quite getting the kill, but it will completely place him out of this fight and will mean that the Fools 5 will get the Grubs. That focus from Gel onto the top laner does mean that it's going to be the first two objectives over to the Mercenaries.
Yeah, that was a risky play by Fools 5, completely sacking Zeus in that top lane to try to go for the 3 Grubs, but it ends up paying off. Just not enough damage from Gel and from Bear onto Zeus there. Can't take him down. He didn't have flash. It was a great time to gank. But 3 Grubs, 1 Dragon. Fools 5 are in a pretty decent spot here. Nothing too commanding of just yet. They're down that 400 gold. Mostly all from that kill in top lane and a bit of CS differential in mid and top as well. Plus that jungle, some invades coming through. I mean, Tremi having this free of a lane is a big deal, right? Yes, the first strike has been generating quite a bit of gold to maybe even up that CS differential, but that's a tank and a late game scaling tank, maybe the biggest late game scaling tank that, you know, isn't infinite like a Shogath or a Scion or something like that, who is getting a free lane against Syndra, who will outscale, right? And
yeah,
I think the Glacial Void have really had an issue with not having enough frontline. And this game, because they do, and Tremi is, like, he's having a good time here. It's a great Hollow Radiance angle here. Probably a good Merc Tread game too. I mean, if he's just able to sit here for free, just farming until he starts getting these upgrades online. Could be an issue.
Oh,
Jump in.
Ken with the rocket jump. A bit over ambitious there. Don't really have anyone else nearby to punish him without having that there. But you mentioned Trimmy there in the mid lane. Trimmy being up as much CS as he is, about 20 right now, is I mean, what? How on the
Yeah.
Ornn into the Sidra? It's a little bit perplexing to me that even managed to go even, much less 20 CS is kind of crazy
Yep.
without really any major interventions. But yeah, and so it takes a little bit longer. Did say, oh wait, hold on, Temu Zeus might find the there. He died early. The public execution isn't quite so public. Wait, no, never mind. Gel would have been able to see that. Then will use the W in to stun up Temu Zeus. Can he get away? He has a lot of dashes. The smite comes down. The flash now will keep him alive. The spear, not quite enough. Good footwork from Temu Zeus to get the solo kill and to stay alive on the gank.
I mean, after the solo kill from Bear, felt good, looked good, but the return from Zeus, bit of overstep the moon. Walking into the mid lane, Tremy has flash here.
I don't think Trimmy really particularly cares, even if he gets stunned up. Q-Ball doesn't necessarily have a lot of damage just yet. Horn called down, won't White be able to get the second cast of it. Ult from Syndra comes through, the flash from Trimmy it will be followed up, but the shield from Nuche is there in time, and all these flashes will be committed just for the Ornn, and it won't be enough. And now Bear, Noche, and Gel are in the vicinity to try to find a counter. Not quite going to find any sort of CC to find this fight, but still really well played by Trimmy to keep himself alive and not really use all too much and bait out a lot of cooldowns from the Fool's 5.
I mean, around Dragon now, and you're right, but I'm pretty sure the moon had Glacial Prison that entire time. I could be wrong.
Oh my gosh, he did.
But I was watching it. I was watching the ult. I'm pretty sure he had it up. I was waiting for Trimmy to die. The moon still has it for this fight. That does help. But, Maokai ult still not available just yet. Prior on Dragon for Glacial Void, as now they're starting it up.
Fury has hit level 6, will have that Nature's Grasp there. Should he try to use it, could get a lot of value in it, especially in these rivers where they're all lined up for them to snare up multiple targets. Not a lot of places to run to. This contest getting a little bit hairy. No, there it goes. The ultimate from Free Curry. At the breath of life going to cleanse all of that away. Jiraiya going to pick up that first kill. Zeus, his teleport's just a little bit late. Now Kin and Free Curry on a little bit of a troubling spot. Kin won't having already used that rocket jump. Those abilities quite landing. The Feather Storm from Jiraiya not quite going to get behind Free Curry to snare him up either. So it'll just be everyone walking away on the side of Fool's 5.
Could be a dive potential for Glacial Void. Bear is basing, so maybe not. And the wave is getting cleared pretty easily now by Fool's 5. Gel is around.
Staying around. They're probably going to try this. The Buster Shot is available for Kin if charge does come in.
Or if Curry bases here, Ken is guaranteed dead on this next wave.
Yeah, there goes the recall. Kin's left all alone. The wave's crashing. For good measure, Trimmy's also heading down just in case. Nowhere for Kin to go, and Buster Shot does stop the stun from coming through. And there it is, the feats of warfare claimed by the side of Glacial Void. Kin left all alone to his own devices. Can't really do much there.
Sorry, I was mid-yawn there in the background. Yeah, I pardon me. Fool's 5. Ooh, Bear, actually. Hold on.
Bear, yeah, hold on. We'll go to the pool to prevent the immediate CC from coming. But the public execution is there, and there's just too much damage. Too many members from the side of the Fool's 5 in the vicinity, and it's fairly easily kill onto the Vlad.
Alright, that was a pretty easy kill. Herald going over for Fool's 5. So, although they make some missteps around the bot side, around this dragon, it ends up paying off. They find Bear again in the top side, get this Herald. But that fight was very confusing because they press, nature's grass, walk forward. Unfortunately, all the members of Fools 5 aren't around at the time, right? Zeus is TPing over, Q-Ball was still in mid.
Oh, Grand Starfall comes through. They'll try to find their way onto Curry. Twisted, I mean, the Nature's Grasp will just stop any sort of advance. It just really wasn't a lot of damage in that sort of area in the mid lane for Fools 5 either. And all the while, they commit those 5, and that's when we first have and feats of strength going to the Mercenaries.
Some nice upgraded Nike shoes. Herald getting another crash potentially. Oh no, Wave's still in the way. I thought it was ramping up there for another crash. Would have been nice, but not going to happen. Bear farming away. Does have over 10 CS lead now. Does have Cosmic Drive as well. It's feeling pretty decent, but I think Fools 5 still in a really, really good position. I mean, it's not a great position considering that Vladimir, the Ornn, is scaling. This Ornn has a ton of CS. I have no idea how Trendy is
Still a 32 CS lead.
Like, what is happening? This guy's just trophy when he's playing Ornn mid. Like, why? But I mean, it's happening. Q-Ball's getting pretty diffed in the CS department right now, but will the Ornn actually end up doing anything later on? Like, the build doesn't feel great, right? You've got Hollow Radiance, which isn't the best item. You're going Tier, which has been nerfed quite frequently. In the Merc trades, it's good. But I'm worried that this Ornn will just melt to Tristana, to this Embessa. Q-Ball caught out by the
Q-Ball will get knocked out by the call of the Forge God, but there's just enough in advance to be able to find the kill onto it. Zeus is nearby. Bears doesn't quite one Zeus there. Again, Zeus, despite the disadvantage in lane. Oh, wait, Joe, what are you doing there? Hold on, Joe. He's getting killed. Flash forward from Zeus. There's nowhere for Trimmy to go. And it's a really incredible fight from the side of the Fools 5 Mercenaries. Now 5-3 on the kill. At the very least, it does open up a little bit of space in the bottom lane for that turret to go down, get some extra gold onto Shirye. But, what?
Yeah. That is correct. What? I mean, a great roam from Zeus in the top. Just absolutely one-shots Bear.
Nuche, you don't want to be here. That is a Hex Gate to death. Gel will follow up with the Grand Starfall, and actually this fight's not over yet. Q-Ball's gotten awfully low, but we'll be able to get away for that kill.
Q-Ball has TP, so even though Gel does a bunch of damage there, he's able to base TP in for this dragon. Second dragon over to Fools 5. It shows Mountain, but it's actually Hex Soul, which is a big deal. The AoE damage that Fools 5 have, right? Maokai, not only the saplings, but the ult as well. And they're a bit late on this reset, actually. The dragon is falling down. It's going pretty slowly, though. Can anybody
Curry's here. It's down at 3k. 2k now. I don't think there will be a way to steal this. That's going to be the first Hex Tech trait going on the side of the Void. But it's not over just yet. Trimmy going to use a call to Forge God. Going to find two, but it is Kin and Zeus going forward. But it's kind of split. Jill finally taken down, and the collapse onto the rest of the Void have found it. And there's only Jurien left, but those health bars got way too low, and it's a really well played from the side of Jurien. Kin actually ended up getting the kill onto Nuche on the back end to end up getting one more kill over the side of Glacial Void, but all things considered, not all that bad for Glacial Void.
No, a good fight for them and a bit of a scrappy fight from Fools 5 there. Ken tries to jump in with Zeus to one-shot Jouer, but isn't able to, right? Zaya, very good at living in those engages. And Bear actually has a great fight. Lands ult onto everybody, goes into the pool, does a ton of damage. I mean, it still is beneficial for Fools 5. At this point, you're probably not playing for the dragon at all, because if you get into a point where you're getting another 15 minutes to get Soul, Ornn and Vladimir are probably close to online. mean, not completely, right? You can play for the Dragons if you manage to get all 3 of them. But, then you're worried if one more Dragon goes for Glacial Void. They've got another 15 minutes after that to play. And then, you're 1 Dragon away from Hexol, which is a big deal. Atacon now. I feel like Fools 5, I don't want to see them overforce. I just want to see play for towers, get bot tower, try to gank things like Ornn. If you want to play for Dragons, you can, but you don't want to force fights where you're at a disadvantage. When if you're tanking Atacon, you are at a disadvantage. Just get the get the towers, get second item in Bessa, second item on everybody, which mostly everybody does have,
Ooh,
and find these
Gel
catch
might
outs like with the Gel.
be in a little bit of trouble. Kin not quite in range to get any extra damage after that jump. Actually, topside Zeus gonna hop away. Be okay just for now as we dance tentatively around this Atacon.
I'm glad that they are dancing and not fully committing to it, because it means that they can set up vision, which, I mean, they're not really doing that well. There's a ward on the pit, and there's no sweepers available. There is one now, so there we go. Getting swept away. Bit of vision still remains for Glacial Void, but in the mid lane, dropping completely the prior Jouet, getting a mid tower. This is the thing, like Fools 5 are just over gripping for this Atacon. All you really need to do is keep your waves pushed, look for overcommits. Maybe Jouet overcommitting here too. Might be caught out if Cue Ball's able to roam upwards, and he is.
He does, but call the Forge God. Will it find its way? Ball, not quite, but it does buy Jouet a little bit more room to walk forward. Jouet will be hit by that Q, and Cue Ball does get the kill. Now Trimmy has to be in full retreat, but the slow from the sapling is there as the Moon picks up the kill onto the Ornn.
I mean, you got a mid tower, but you lose 2, and now Atacon is an option. Free Curry walking up, trying to chase Gel out, get some vision. And bases from Cue Ball. TP is available if needed. Go directly to top lane. Take the Hex Gates. You don't even need the TP. Walk back up. Take this objective. Now is a good time. Right? You still got Glacial Prison. You still have ult on both Zeus and Ken. And you've got nothing on the side of Glacial Void.
Not
of really any
for
note.
it, though.
Looks like they're playing pretty conservative.
Yeah, because Jouet is back online. He's live. Trimmy does have teleport as well. He's going to use that immediately, despite not really being in a necessarily needing to. I think there's no start on the Otacons really. Hold on, Glacial Prison will find its way on Che. Not really too concerned by that. There's no follow up on it. The Moon's actually gotten down to half HP. Still feeling fine all around. Just damage down onto the tanks. These tanks are taken to half HP, but now Kin and Jouet both in the area. Got our carries nearby once again, but importantly, Glacial Prison not available for this fight. Unlikely, unless if we dance around for the next 30 or so seconds without committing too much. Yeah, with these recalls coming through. Oh wait, hold on, Gel is taken low. The E from the Tristana, will it pop? I don't believe it'll be enough damage without any extra auto attacks on that. 2 damage. Yeah, Gel is fine, but moved completely out of this one with no flash available for the next few minutes.
And you got to go directly towards the Dragon right now. Seems that the Dragon stacking is the goal for Fools 5 right now. They don't want to flip the game at all. Don't want to go towards a game 5 because you're in a good position here. You have a great team comp. You don't know what kind of team comp you're going to get. Remember, no bans game 5. So all the things that you don't want to play against that have been getting banned every time are played, right? If you've been banning something the whole time and then Fearless comes and the enemy team doesn't play them, why were you banning them the whole time? 2 Dragons now for both teams, and about 24 minutes in. I mean, it's a bit of a 2k goal lead. Doesn't really favor either team at this point in the game.
Whoa, hold on. Glacial Void. Gonna look to try to force this one, but I kind of see the angle. There's no teleports on the Tristana, no teleports on the Sejuani. They've taken it down to 9k now. Cue Ball and Free Curry are in there. They're taken down to 8k. The Nature's Grasp will come through. Nuche. Bit needless there on the Breath of Life, to be completely honest. And straight away, the maybe force from Fools 5. I don't necessarily agree with this. Trimmy going to use the Call of the Forest God only finds Free Curve, I guess, and Cue Ball on the other end. Free Curve going to flash away, doesn't have his ult available, but Bear's taken low. Grand Starfall finds its way onto the back line. Gel, does he get the kill? But he move over to the top side. Zeus trying to get Nuche, does get that kill. Zeus going crazy in the backside, but Jouer does eventually get the kill on the Ambessa, so 1-for-1 for now. No Zeus, no Nuche. 4v4. They're not giving up just yet on either side. At the very least, there are a lot of heals available for Bear and generally on the side of Glacial Void, but they're going to be debuffed quite a bit from this Otacon. That's going to be Moon going very low, but not quite down just yet. Flashes away. Extra numbers advantage to the side of the Fool's 5, but with these health bars as low as they are and the reset, both sides just have to back away from here to prevent things getting worse than they already are.
It's a scrappy game from front to back, tooth and nail fighting, clawing at each other, trying to find any kills, to find any advantage. Timu Zeus there does his best real Zeus impression, finds the 1v2 kill onto Nuche and just isn't able to kill Bear on the back end due to the healing. Can zone completely away from most of that fight, means he really couldn't do anything. Cue Ball base and use TP to get back to this Otacon to make sure that Glacial Void aren't able to pick it up. A lot of prioritization towards this Otacon. I'm not convinced that Otacon is worth this much time and fighting around, but 2.5 minutes on this next Drake means soul point for either team. I would imagine outside of an ace surrounding an Otacon throw, this game will be decided around the soul. Baron can't really be taken by either team. It's taken too slowly. I imagine we're looking at a bit of a longer game here.
Yeah, enough to mention game durations, especially with a relatively long game too, despite how one-sided it felt. Fool's 5 Mercenaries do have the average game time. Shuewei will Feather Storm to prevent that first form CC, but now he doesn't have available. That's going out. Cue Ball gets his 4th kill, 4-0-7. You know, to be completely honest, we haven't really said Cue Ball's name quite enough with how he's been performing in this series.
He really has been. He's been popping off like crazy in every one of the games here. I mean, he had a pretty shocking game on the Vega, but that's more or less, in my opinion, a pick. I think that this is Baron and not Otacon, guys. I don't think Otacon is worth this much.
They're going.
I mean, it's a safe play. It's a safe play because if you lose it, it's not the end of the world. Jouer getting caught there is pretty questionable. I mean, having Emilia with you anyway is pretty questionable as Zaya, but getting caught on mid-wave as ADC, no tier 2 tower in mid. And then Otacon over to Fool's 5 here, 50 seconds on the Dragon. Got to be careful with these respawn timers. If you're not careful, Gel could start up the Baron.
Yeah, and Moon's recall was canceled, but he is full health. I don't think he's as concerned about having recall there if they try to force this. We do have the next Hex Tech Drake coming up in just about 30 seconds. Not all easy. Yeah, I get the term that I was looking for. Either way, gotten a slight priority in the mid lane for the side of the Glacial Void. To kind of look into this one. Positioning now, Free Curry going in and use a twisted advance. I don't know if this is necessarily the one he wants. The ball is quite far away and side of the Glacial Void. And there it is. First kill to the Glacial Void. The Call of Forge God not finding much, but I'm not sure if it will matter as the Moon gets knocked down just yet. The forward on to Ken, trying to fire him. Will cause the flash response from Ken. Not going to have that available. No flash, no Ken's numbers advantage to the side of the Glacial Void will mean that they should be able to go into Soul Point with this.
I mean, Fool's 5 don't want these corridor fights. They want split up fights where Zaya can't land onto everybody. Looks like Fool's 5.
Oh, they're not going to give it up. Well, they will. They'll try to fight back. They'll get that first kill on the train. Gone low, gone, not down just yet. Cue Ball flashes forward, doesn't get the kill. The rocket jump not in range either. A bit sad from the side of Fool's 5. You kind of hate to see it.
Go pull Baron, no flash on Gel, has to base, run towards Baron. Looks like all the members of Fool's 5 are on the same page as me. They're moving towards the Baron. It is on a ward. And for
Chill.
some reason, Free Curry has decided that Trinket this game is better than Sweeper, so he can't sweep the vision of the Baron. It's going to be started up. Tristana will burn this pretty quickly, but this will flip the game completely, and Ken isn't even there.
Ken isn't there. Gel has the Grand Starfall. It's just a bit of an error of miscommunication. I'm not quite sure what Fools 5 are planning with this one, but it might just be okay. Call the Forge God comes through, tries to get Ken on the back end, and it does. And the rest of the Fools 5 go down, and it's just going to be the Glacial Void going forward, taking 3 alongside what will be the Baron against the run of play. And despite having the gold deficit, they will be getting the big purple worm.
Yeah, a mysterious play a little bit by Fools 5. I love the call. I genuinely do. But Ken bases, and no one is aware. They start Baron anyway. You need to be aware that you got to play around your AD carry, guys. Now, Baron on all the members of Glacial Void, and they're back in the driver's seat for once in this set, and they need to make this Baron count.
Yeah, with that, they have brought the gold level, and as goes later, they do have a lot of scaling on the side of Glacial Void. Hold on, Free Curry might have just found Gel, though. The stun comes through. Q-Ball gets another kill. Q-Ball has done extremely well despite this. This is extremely good. Oh my goodness. One great play into utter disaster for the Glacial Void. Trimmy goes low. Trimmy stays alive just a little bit longer, but he's finally slain by Kin Kaneki. And that's going to be yet another kill for Q-Ball. And that's 3 kills. This, I don't know if it's just in yet. There's no pushing. The mid-wave's kind of pushing, but it's really far away. And Gel's back up in 20 seconds. 40 for Trimmy and Zure. I don't think it's the end. And there really aren't any neutral objectives on the map. They'll be able to get a few towers and a lot of gold, but not much more than that. And this late, and a few, like 2k gold, not exactly the biggest at this point.
I mean, this set, has just been throw after throw from all the teams. I mean, Baron gets thrown away by Fools 5, and then Gel is caught. Bear is in base while the other members are walking into the jungle of Fools 5. They've basically completely thrown away their Baron. No Baron on Bear. The only Baron available is on Noche. And Gel could be caught here.
You might also.
Ooh.
You know, what if that sapling saves Gel there? Because Gel started running away from the sapling as it ran to him. That sapling wasn't there. I mean, you never know. He probably just keeps running forward.
Who was in there.
But still really well executed fight from the side of Fools 5 to find that advantage. But does give them a little bit of time to sweep out this dragon river area around the Drake. The pits. There we go. What I was looking for. Oh, Call the Forge God used by Trimmy. Out of trouble. He's taken low, not down just yet, but there he goes. Q-Ball is legendary, and now the Nature's Grasp stops any sort of advancement. Kin's low, and there's Bear getting the kill. 1-for-1 on the back end. Grand Starfall. Will this be the moment? The Glacial Prison goes wide. The Moon's taken low. The Moon not quite down just yet. Actually, the back end, the focus is split. Q-Ball's going off. But it's still numbers advantage to the side of the Glacial Void. Q-Ball, he's done so well, but can he do more right now to keep this one as is? But 3v2 for the time being, and the soul point on the side of Glacial Void. It's going to be tough to see if Fools 5 Mercenaries can stop this. They're going to try to Death Brush to secure it. No. Out of it, onto the Drake.
Sniff that one out a little bit. Q-Ball has TP, and he can rejoin with the ward that's just above, although he's going towards the bot lane.
They do take it fast with the Zaya as well.
And Tremmy, yeah, this is gone.
This
is Hex Soul.
Hex Soul.
Another bad fight for Fools 5. A fight you don't need to dive tier 1 as 5 members.
Especially not on the
push
Trimmy.
Waves and farm. Yeah, especially not against the Ornn. like walking into the Vladimir's bad. Ken has had it's been a struggle for this Tristana to really get active and do anything this game. Every time it seems like he's getting caught by Bear and by any amount of damage. That time it was the Storm Surge proc that kills him, that finds the last hit there. I mean, I don't think it's completely over. Hexol is kind of rough, like pretty bad to play
It's
against.
very rough.
But yeah, but the fights from Fools 5 have been significantly better when they're executed correctly. Q-Ball is having a world's performance right now. Like, I don't know what this guy's on, but he is 9-0-9 on the Syndra right now. Completely off the rails fed. Does have anti-heal, which I think is kind of criminal that Ken doesn't go.
Won't quite find the stun onto Gel there from Q-Ball with the unleashed power, but
I think it's pretty criminal that Ken doesn't go Mortal Reminder. I think that that's the best thing to do. And then Syndra can actually just build a real item, and Ken just sits there and has to hit. But, I mean, the Syndra, ton of movement speed with the Swifties boost, Cosmic Drive, Pen, you know, the Rabadons. I would like to see the Oblivion Orb get sold and go something else. Even a Zonya's, maybe a Leandry's or a Luden's. Leandry's nice against the Ornn. But we'll have to see what Q-Ball ends up going. He has had a very, very good performance, but these Masterwork upgrades that are coming in, I have to say, though, the first one that I can see is the Navori.
Oh, twisted advance from Free Current onto Gel. He might be caught, but here comes the rest of Glacial Void, but everything will just go wide.
What?
Everything just misses. Wait, hold on. Free Curry, though, might have walked a bit too far. No, he's fine, but no, it's just absolutely worth throwing aside of Fool's 5. It only takes 2 and drags everybody towards the mid lane of the side of Glacial Void and takes Gel very low. At the very least, Gel does have that Grand Starfall for this bear, and should Fool's 5 try to force it, but these recalls have come now onto it. Do they try to start it up? They do now. They have started. Teleports available for nobody, actually, on the side of Glacial Void, so it'll take them, at least they'll get there a little bit faster with the Hex Gates and the Hextech map available to them. Move away just for now. Hanging on a knife's edge. We're all 5 members in and around this barren pit. It's knife's edge here. Hey, yeah.
I mean, both teams know that if this Baron goes, this one is going to be the one that ends the game. I mean, Elder in 2.5 minutes, around about, 2.5 minutes to 3 minutes. And I'm really shocked at the lack of vision control from Fools 5. Like, Free Curry has so much space around the Baron and doesn't have Sweeper. I'm still fairly sure there's Twisted.
Free Curry will use the Nature's Grasp.
My bad.
Will come through, but either way, Cold Forge God goes by, doesn't find any knockup. Zeus in the back side, doesn't find anyone. Q-Ball does get the kill onto the Ornn, and Zeus is alive, so 1-0, 4v5, as the Fool's 5 moves onto the Baron, but it is still going to be the recall from Zeus. He does have teleport, should he use it? Oh, but doesn't get it canceled, which is absolutely huge, which means he can teleport back in with full health for this one. As they start up the Drake, Gel is alive with the Grand Starfall, though, so there's a very easy avenue for Gel in to contest this one, just to try to steal it away, should he attempt to do that. Down to 3k, Gel not quite going to try it, not going to use the Grand Starfall. Live, Baron over to the Fool's 5 on all 5 members.
My bad for that mess up there on the ability name, but Curry, great ult there with the Nature's Grasp onto the entire team of Glacial Void. And Fools 5 do have better team fighting. They do. When they're able to take a split team fight, when Bear isn't able to free cast on everybody. And crucially, right, the ult from Milio was used earlier on the first Nature's Grasp, and I am kind of shocked that that ult has a shorter cooldown. Now, Baron on 5. 1 minute away from Elder. Fools 5 are in a position to end this game, and they do need to do it now, right? The Vladimir is becoming a big issue. Or will become a big issue, right? Has full items, has that Masterwork Rabadons. A little quick thing here. I'm not too sure about the Masterwork Navori instead of something like the Infinity Edge. But Ken needs to be very careful here. He's playing very greedily forward with not enough vision from his team. Fools 5 have had a problem with vision their entire set. The Moon and Curry both on a ward here that they haven't swept because neither player wants to use their super or has a control ward. Everything is known by Glacial Void. 30 seconds on this Elder. This Baron is being used away for nothing.
Yeah, they're not really using it to push out these lanes all too much. Cue Ball didn't fully go over to that side to get the top. Oh, wait, hold on. Bear might be in trouble. Oh, no, the flash! But actually, it might be okay. He does have the Zonius. He finally goes down. Doesn't buy enough time. The health bars are still looking okay on the side of Fools 5, but Shui gets this kill, and the amount of damage from the side, it is...
Ken jumps the wall mid-fight to go push mid-wave. His team is winning the fight with Baron. They're fighting around Bear. Instead, mid-fight with full summoners and ult, he jumps the wall to look for mid-tier 3 and loses his team, the Elder Drake. Fools 5 are in such a great position. They catch Bear out, and now Elder on 5 members of Glacial Void. Fools 5 have everything available to them, and now they have nothing.
It is... That... I was sworn that was going to be the moment that Fools 5 found to end this one. But, straight away...
And have a look. I want to see what did Ken do. Is that possible? If it's not, that's fine. But
yeah, it's a little bit... It was a bit of a while ago at this. So it might be a bit difficult to go all the way back. A lot of my focus was on the health bars in that big jumbled up mess, so I didn't quite catch that, personally. But still, from heroics to desperation over to the side of Fools 5 in the span of a few seconds, the Elder Drake buff onto the side of Glacial Void. Pushing in mid, there's not really much he can do as Fools 5 to contested. They can clear out these waves relatively easily without the Baron buff. They cannot fight at all against Glacial Void. Any of these slows, this damage.
Hex Soul Elder. This is probably the most overpowered you can be with the buffs from this game. If Glacial Void aren't able to end here, I'm really surprised. And what they're doing is just A-ramming down mid. This isn't how you end like this. You need to do what Bear is doing. You need to split push, get these towers, seesaw between, and look for a fight with split members where you will handedly win. Xayah has so many items now. Bear has hit level 18. Tremi, 1 level away from level 18 as well. All the Masterwork items are available. But they don't have too long. I mean, Elder is not a permanent buff. It takes time to, it doesn't last a lot of time. And you do need time to take down these dragons. Gel.
Oh, Gel's taking a big chunk there. Yeah, Gel taken down to about 1/3 HP. We'll eventually get that bot lane tier 2. As you're saying, this is probably some of the strongest they'll be on the side of Glacial Void, but they're not really forcing any sort of fight. And with Gel solo, it's a bit understandable to get these pushes out and across all of these lanes. Maybe they can use it to set up for Bear, and that's coming up in a minute. But as they... Oh, wait. Nature's Grasp coming through. Breath of Life will make sure that no one gets snared up to prevent a fight going forward there. Nuche kind of just neutralizes that ult there from the Maokai.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we saw earlier that Nature's Grasp comes up before Milio.
Oh, wow, that's 3 stuns, but I mean, there's nobody nearby. Freaker is not giving up on this one just yet. Nah, they probably should anyway.
Prior around this Baron as Gel takes a base right now. And yeah, Nature's Grasp isn't available, but Glacial Prison is. That's another thing that you'll need to try to immune with Milio ult. It will be back up first. I can see the timers now, but because no cleanse on the Xayah as well, no flash. I feel like this is a pretty decent timer for Fools 5. Looks like Elder is worn off. I mean, I cannot believe Elder Hexol is not enough to end the game for Glacial Void. With Ornn, Vladimir, level 18, Zaya level 18. Bear is caught as Baron spawns. I don't think this is a worth trade to only kill Bear here. Especially considering how much time he is buying, because this is Baron for Glacial Void.
Yep. Bears, I mean, he's still alive with Team Museus. I don't think he really needs to go back in there. Cue Ball does get the kill. I believe that's 11 for Cue Ball without dying so far. But as you said, I agree. I don't know how worth it is just to get Bear, to give over Bear and give him that push, give him that extra edge to move into the base, finally break the base open for the side of Glacial Void. They haven't been able to do that just yet. Free Curry marching forward, but Zeus is going to try to find the flank. Importantly, Jerry does have the ult. Nature's Grasp does come through. Breath of Life use. The Moon does have the Glacial Prison. If he can find it onto a key target, he's holding it. Not quite just yet, and the slows from the Hexel will make sure that can't find an advantageous angle on the side of Fools 5. Bears back up in just 7 seconds. This is a 4v5 for now. Free Curry going to flash forward. Does he get the Nature's twisted advance? No, he doesn't. The Call of the Forge God finds 3. Isn't the fight? I don't think, for the side of Fools 5, and his Bears back up. All they get is the GA from Zurway. All 5 members are up from the side of Glacial Void, and it's only Kin left on the side. The stun comes through. The 5-for-0 ace comes down, and with Baron, that will be game 4 done and dusted. 47 minutes in, and we will be going to a game 5 here in the Blue Water Gold League semifinal.
So many throws from Fools 5 all over the game. They look so uncomfortable in the later stages of this game. They can't find the angles to accelerate. Even with 3 grubs and a Tristana, it still doesn't quite tick that pushing for towers might have been the better choice than permanently grouping for Raducan. Not too sure if that was the correct play. But Glacial Void taking it to a game 5. Cue Ball 1 death only. They find onto Jouet at the end there, burst through his GA and still kill him, and it's not enough. Glacial Void finally pull back at the end of that game, and it is time for some silver scrapes.
Oh, we there? Okay, there we go.
Did you ever try to further improve how fast you punch people through the roof? Oh, was there ever any certain time when you thought brute force and style combined? Well, I guess now it's time to shine, 'cause finally she's here. Here comes
And we are back with the decisive game 5, but we also, unfortunately, Geppetto did have to leave. Had other things lined up. He wasn't expecting us to have like two 40-plus minute seesaws on the line. But we have got Ozzy in as color caster for this decisive game 5. So welcome in.
Hey, thanks for having me. Yeah, I appreciate the opportunity here, but game 5, pretty important for both teams, obviously, in the semifinals. But last game, a bit of an interesting one, to say the least. I think.
I think interesting is probably the best way to put it.
No.
Few things to mention: there are no bans in the game 5 in Blue Water League's fearless setup. So we're just going to get that through there, which means the same bans, the things that have been banned, things we've been looking for. Evelyn still on the table, Hecarim on the table. Who else is banned a lot? Poppy also on the table. Who else has been banned every single game? There's one other who's been banned every single game that I'm forgetting, that I know. Varus also there. That's what I was forgetting. But yeah, all those champions now going to be available. The iconic one that we should be looking out for, at least according to Coach Earthen of the Fools 5 versus Mercenaries, is Evelyn for the moon.
Yeah, honestly, Evelyn is a thing, but yeah, we are getting through bans here. Obviously, nothing to be happening in the bans since there are no bans, but still, we're just kind of waiting on that to finish up. But I don't know how I feel about Eve, especially after what happened last game. I don't know necessarily like if you really have like, because I feel like if you take Evelyn into like a 40-some minute game, she just loses more and more value the time, like the longer the time goes on. That I kind of feel like it's probably not great. So and it will be Varus, as you mentioned. I think Varus is just so good. Did receive some armor nerfs yesterday, so
3 armor,
some
I
base
think.
armor. It's 3 or 4.
Something
Don't
like
remember
that.
off the top of my head, but Poppy's gonna be potentially locked in here. I definitely agree about the Varus. I don't know about necessarily picking Poppy so early blind, but I like it's Varus. Varus just such a consistently good AD carry. Play on hit, play poke. Doesn't really matter. You're very flexible champ, but Poppy not so flexible.
Uh, Normally I'd agree, but Bear, Gel, and DJ have all played Poppy the split. That's a potential triple flex if you really want to on the side of Glacial Void. I agree. Picking it first, maybe necessarily ideal because it could be very easily picked around, but it is definitely a Glacial Void.
Yeah, and you were talking about the Evelyn. There it is. I
There it
mean,
is.
this is a
There it
pretty
is.
solid.
It's
Yeah,
locked.
it's a pretty solid like pick comp potential here, right? Like Varus, I think, very good at pick. Chains of Corruption, such a phenomenal um button for pick. And if you choose to go lethality, which I think, especially after the armor, like base armor nerfs, I think lethality kind of is more preferential, because it keeps you kind of out of people's auto attack range. But wouldn't be too pressed to see lethality. Yeah, they could just go pick poke
Wait,
here. I would not be
yeah.
mad at all. Hui really put good poke champ himself. However, that is double AP topside so far, so they need to be potentially mindful. Did Mundo get played in this series? I did miss the first couple games.
No, not
So
yet.
Mundo is still on the table. I think Mundo could be a very big problem potentially here, as it will be Alistar locked in blind. I don't know what like I don't like this. Like you're playing MF, right? You definitely like you were talking about how flexible Poppy is for their team. Obviously I haven't seen that, but you take away the support pick here, and now you lose some of that like flexibility of where you're gonna put it. That makes it not so great. And also you're picking Alistar blind, which means it could be a very bad time for you.
Yeah, and layering on top of that, the reason why I also have picked to be questionable is that Hui's already shown mid, and you have guaranteed counter pick in the mid lane with that one. I know we don't have any bans coming through this late on in the series, but even still, I feel like just picking mid or Glacial Void would have been all right. Glacial Void, I mean, I guess maybe, I mean, Azir is still available. I know that's something that Trimmy is uh, fine with using there. So yeah, also wouldn't necessarily have been too bad. There's not a lot of dashes, but again, I'm looking more at like I I think I'm focusing a little bit too more. But either way, mid the choice of me. Honestly, just burning time as these fans go by. These non-bans go by.
Yeah, the non-bans. I mean, Talia received a little nerf, but it's honestly I think Talia's still in a fine spot.
Yeah.
And you don't necessarily need to get carpet value, especially into immobile champs, right? Like, if it's like Ezreal or something, Talia's like kind of hard to play, but the side of like Pulse 5 so far is pretty immobile, so Talia with Seismic Shove can actually like get a lot of value into the carpet, even though the carpet's not necessarily going to be like preventing dashes from happening. It has phenomenal potential with the setup that they have on Glacial Void that I wouldn't be pressed to see Talia here. I don't think Quay's in a good enough spot to really punish Talia either at the moment. So I think there's more than enough potential here for Talia to come out if they choose to do so. But saw the Orin last game. he was chovying. He was chovying on the
He
horn.
really
Like,
was.
really, really phenomenal, especially early game. Just a phenomenal CS lead gained on the Ornn and the Syndra there. To be expected, Syndra, but it will be Azir. Azir catching a very big nerf actually, both bonus attack speed modifier and also his
The
move
attacks.
speed. The move speed is the biggest thing for me. And
Oh,
especially when
really?
you're playing, yeah, like the move speed nerf, it's 5 move speed, which is pretty big. And when you're playing into like pick champions, like pick poke champions, that move speed nerf is actually going to hurt a lot. But it will be the first time I'm seeing Azir. Will be Leona potentially locked in here. That just adds again more to their pick potential so far. I will say I think they need some kind of front line to create space for them to try and poke. Because obviously, like, they're going to try and 5v5 at some point, so I do think they need some kind of meat shield to give them more space. But it will be Jax. So it will be the B5 Jax blind, which I'm a little apprehensive about in this draft.
It's
Again,
another.
I think they really needed something like meaty here. If they just go like I really fear if Glacial Void just lock in Mundo here, I don't know how Mundo dies besides like Jax beating on him for like 8 years.
Yeah, I guess they're just going with full comfort for game 5 on the side of Fools 5, and that's be the VA. Oh,
No, 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 no. Why? Why?
I think that's locked.
Oh no. Oh,
Um,
their draft was so good. So good. And then they're just like, what if we just R5 Viego in game 5? Like, no. Why? Viego is not good here. There's a lot of range, a lot of pick potential. He doesn't have that much frontline. Like, I guess Poppy can create space. Alistar obviously really good at creating space, but realistically, this is a Viego walking at a Varus way. Like, it's gonna be like Evelyn on like some weird flank angle, trying to like find pick potential. He's just gonna get one shot. I really do not like Viego here. I think their best lock-in would have just probably been Mundo. You have so much damage that you don't need extra damage here. Like, you have Azir, you have MF. It's not like Azir's damage besides like attack speed went down, right? Like, Azir's still gonna be doing a decent amount of damage this game. I do not like Viego at this draft, I'll be honest. I think it has good like finishing potential, right? Bullet time does a lot of like damage, and maybe Azir can't necessarily find angles to go in because he's too scared of dying. I just don't know if Viego's gonna be able to find that reset.
I think
I don't know.
the thought process for both of these teams, at least, is pick comfort for the champions that you can pick comfortable. Because I mean, Azir is one of them. Viego and Poppy, that bear trimmy, and I've been saying their names this whole series. What the hell? The Viego, bear trimmy and gel. God damn. They're all champions that they play, and at this point, and also if you look at the side of Fools 5, again, I think both these teams have just decided pick comfort where we can, and we'll see what happens. So
Yeah.
I do agree. Neither of these drafts are ideal. I think Glacial Voids is a bit more of an identity, like still the Viego pick, but honestly, hands and inshallah, and I like that. Sure.
Yeah, I agree. Also, right, like the big thing here is they have the Leona into MF, which is nice. Can always find Solar Flare onto the bullet time channel if they so choose. Also, I think like Varus, like again, I think their pick potential, like pick poke potential here, for Fools 5 is actually quite good. I just would have preferred to see a little bit more space creation to allow it to breathe, which not present here, thanks to Evelyn Jax, but still, basically just kind of comes down to hand sniff at this point. That's kind of been my feel of the series. It's just whoever has the hand sniff is winning. Because there's been so many mistakes, so many slip ups. We're getting into a game 5. Like, people are tired. I think this game is gonna be interesting. Emphasis on the int. From both teams, I think both of them are tired, mentally exhausted. Especially at like Fools 5, right? They're coming off of a game in which they probably should have won. Like this should have been a pretty easy 3-1 here. But they dropped that game, which
Well,
that can hurt their mentals quite a lot. It is game 5, and dropping a game that you really should have just won is a bit hard for the mental when you are forced to go to a game 5 this late because so many long games.
yeah, well, we'll just have to wait and see if Fools 5 can reset for this one, or if Glacial Void can be the one to send themselves to the finals. Whatever it is, the winner goes to the Blue Water Gold League. Don't go anywhere. Right back onto the Rift.
Do we fight to hold our heads up high and beat the drums to what we love? Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Hearing voices from afar, join the madness when the curtain falls. Risk it all, hold nothing back. Seize the day, we must attack. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding. Only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies. The champions of a world that we defy. A solar ray of the few who rise up high, and we all fight at the last light. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we bring to fall the giants?
And for the final time tonight, we have loaded onto the Rift for the matchup between Glacial Void and Mercenaries. And it's been a seesaw of a series. I'll put it that way. It's been a back and forth. Now we've got ourselves two drafts that very much based around player comfort more than any. Wait, Zeus has gold from the fishing minigame. It's over. It's five.
Yeah.
Take
Oh,
it.
they're actually
Oh,
gonna look to punish him a little bit. You are at level 1 Azir Poppy, so not really gonna be doing too much. Just a little bit of damage, but he did get himself some gold there. Yeah. back and forth series. You said it well. It's a seesaw, you know. Even the games are seesaws.
Oh yeah.
From what I've witnessed, and nothing wrong with that. Just you'd hope for some cleaner games. Maybe either team. Obviously, it's like again, like we're still level one. Level one Alistar, level one Azir. Not really going to do anything. Nice poke from Q Ball here, but nothing to come of anything for a while. I'd imagine. I do fear a little bit here for Fool's Fight that if they try to like force themselves into 5v5s, like typical front to backs, they will just lose. It is on hit Varus as well, which I'm not a fan of. It does give them some extra front to back potential, but I was talking about space creation, and they don't really have that much.
And it's I definitely would have preferred the lethality Varus as well, as mentioned with that space creation. I think can that and there's also lots of level 2 advantage. Ken and Free Curry going to do a decent amount onto Nuche there. But what it comes down to is that there's also a lot of really good targets for this Varus to hit as well. You just get one alt WQ, delete 3/4 of their health bar. Sort of situation for him, but he has chose to go with the on hit, so we'll live with that choice.
Yeah, forced to live with it. The thing about on hit Varus as well is like there's just infinitely more pressure on you to space well, because it can be very difficult for you to find angles to put out your DPS. Especially looking into the comp of like Glacial Void, like this is a kind of comp in which it can be very difficult to find really good DPS. Nice steadfast presence here from Bear. Just gonna get the trade. The second slam of the Q gonna be dodged by Zeus on the top side there. As overall, pretty chill game. Last game also kind of started off pretty chill though, so I would expect this one to stay the same. Even with this priority, they still lose this bot scuttle, which is absolutely diabolical.
I don't know Evelyn's clear time. I couldn't imagine being that bad that Evelyn would fall that far down. They fail to get the bot scuttle. It'll be a double scuttle as well for the side of Glacial Void. Viego getting decent amount of gold under his belt. Now, Joe, speaking of this Viego, Zeus doesn't really have too many places to go. Just be saving the flash. Joe now gets the stun. Doesn't quite get the slam stun onto Zeus, though. And decent amount of damage prevented with the spin of the I forget the name of it, but the lamppost spin there from Zeus. Keeps himself alive. Doesn't even have to flash either, which is absolutely massive for him.
Yeah, so no flash going to be available. Obviously, does get pushed off the wave a little bit because it was pushing into Bear. So Bear going to take a reset now. Will be the Deer Poppy. Also going to be building towards Thunder Sky. After they made the change to where she scales a little bit better with AD, Thunder Sky first purchase seems to be like the move. I definitely agree with that consensus. Also, I don't even think it's a bad look from Gel, right? It's just a quick gank, deny something. Trimmy getting really low in the mid lane.
Trimmy,
one more auto.
very dangerous. Not
One more
quite
auto would've done it.
going down.
I mean, if he gets QW'd here under tower, like very possible. It just barely misses Q ball. Also, I don't know how Trimmy's getting this low. Like, I look at items, right? Q ball, full pots, hasn't backed yet. Trimmy just not playing the lane very well. Timu 1 Zeus here is actually nice engaging the bot.
Through Moon, not quite low. Yeah, but it matter to find the stun from Free Curry. The exhaust onto Free Curry is a bit of an odd choice, and it'll be first blood going over to the Evelyn. Juere getting very low as well. Hold arrow, not going to pierce through the barrier there. Still, Juere no barrier after that. Really well played by the Fool's 5.
Yeah, Evelyn on the board early. Has the Dark Seal purchased up for that as well, so has 2 stacks on that Dark Seal. Gonna be quite nice. Should be able to find themselves First dragon of the game. Gel is posturing around this. They don't have priority in mid or bot, so this one should just be gone. Gel gonna walk this one back towards his Gromp and pick it up for himself, but that will be Drake number 1 and First Blood going towards Fools 5. So they find a really nice play in the bot side there. I honestly wouldn't have been pressed for Alistar to go face rush this game, to be honest. Because he does want to try and run away, so he doesn't get CC'd to just death. Nice stun up here from Bear. Just a big trade. Just
Really
a big
well
trade
played. Really well played there by Bear to get a good trade, especially without teleport available. I'm going to put him behind a little bit. It's going to be a bit uncomfortable there. Gel is taking a lot of kind of needless damage. Hold on, Gel.
Oh, nice
Oh! Spiraling Despair doesn't quite hit Gel, but that had lethal damage on it if it did.
Yeah, just barely avoiding. I don't know why he's walking through mid like that, and then he already waited. Like, he dodged the abilities he needed to dodge, and he just kept backstepping. So he just was getting auto-attacked to death, but Gel doesn't go down there. Grub's going to be spawning up here in just 30 seconds, give or take here, 35 seconds or so. So that's going to be on the board here in just a sec. Leona already making the roam up.
Yeah, but about those Grubs, Gel's, he's not looking all that healthy as a result of that play there. Does believe that was Gel getting the... No, it was the Moon getting the Scuttle as well.
Away. Moon also level 6, so wards no longer matter unless it's a pink ward, so we'll have no clue where the Evelyn is unless on a pink ward. Looks like they're happy to give the Grubs. Will result in a plate, potentially. Also, no cleanse on the EMF is important to note. Obviously, they've not used cleanse the entire series, so I didn't expect them to take cleanse, but I think you should have taken cleanse here on the EMF, but opt not to. Should find themselves a plate, though, in this bot side. As a nice stun up, actually. Finds just the right pixel angle there to get the stun. And Poppy having a good time in this lane so far. Jax did get buffed on this patch as well, where he gets more attack speed from his passive to help him out in the earlier stages of the game. So, honestly, everything in this game is going quite well for Fools 5, besides maybe the Jax matchup, but even then, doing quite all right.
Yeah, it doesn't look good on the health bars, but he hasn't been killed, and he's been keeping up in terms of CS. Moon is kind of here, but as we go to mention the Grubs, it is something that Fools 5 have been able to control this whole entire series. I don't know if it's been every single game so far where they've gotten the first 2 neutral objectives, but at least 3 of them they have. And they do commit a lot for these neutral objectives. I will say it doesn't quite show it, I think, in this game, but it is something that Fools 5 they just commit everything to these neutral objectives, and sometimes it puts them down behind, but they're not feeling the effects of it too much.
Yeah, Viego getting rotated on, actually.
Joe, you say getting rotated on, but Cue Ball will be shoved away. It has to flash. Trimmy will be found by the Spiraling Despair. Will get charmed up. And now the Moon gets the kill, and the double goes to the side of Fools 5. 3-0. Of Warfare claimed as well, and only 1 objective away from the Feats of Strength going their way.
Trimmy opting to use the shuffle there to ult the way away instead of into the Viego was certainly something at the very least. But I will say, right, I honestly would have expected that they would have been able to get out there, but they try to stick around and fight, and Fools 5 win with numbers. Again, the benefit of Eve, if you don't have good tracking, is you don't ever know where she is unless you buy pink wards. If you take a look at the map, there's not very many of those. So, not in good places at the very least. Eve should be able to dodge most of these pink wards so far. As, yeah, see, just a typical lane gank coming in here. Now, there are both junglers here. Evelyn does not have the ultimate
Gel
available.
is nearby. Bear's going to preemptively flash, not going to want any of that. Even though Gel is near, expecting that it's going to be a decent amount of burst on this Evelyn with 2 kills early on. But you mentioned about that move up earlier from Kin to be able to secure those kills in the mid lane. At the very least, it did mean that Juewei in the spot lane did manage to take another tower plate as well as get more CS under his belt. Starting to get a little bit more gold there in the bottom lane. They didn't lose out everywhere. Is I guess the point. And
Yeah, looking for a mid gank potentially. The moon is here. So they will walk this one away. As yeah, honestly, this should be Drake number 2 also going to Fools 5. I don't think there's a world they can contest. A big problem with their draft is it's kind of slow. Specifically around Azir. Azir pretty slow himself, and obviously Viego wants to be working towards, like, he wants around like one item to like really start doing stuff. Nice headbutt away means Nooch gonna be able to walk away safely. But yeah, this will be Drake number 2. So fast Drake can playing a bit with fire
feats
here.
as well.
Yeah, early feats. Fools 5 having a really good early game so far. Again, right, we have seen multiple times in the series that the early game basically is meaningless.
Oh wait, Bear?
A really nice trade there.
Really good
Really
trade.
nice trade.
Yeah. Got scared for a second that Bear might try something silly to all in, get the kill with how low the health bar was, but I've seen crazier.
yeah, I have seen crazier, but really nice trade from Bear here. Just showcasing the strength of Poppy in the matchup. Is up 20 CS. Will be evened out a little bit here as the wave is collected under tower, but like to really point it out, the biggest problem for me is Hui 1-0-1, right? Up CS. Evelyn 2-0-1 as well. So this is the kind of danger of their comp is, yeah, I'm pretty sure Trinity is just dead.
He's probably not dead, but he just teleported as well. I think that's the bigger thing is that, you know, he was completely shoved out of lane, recalled, teleported back in, and it has immediately straight away. Luckily, there's not too big of a wave built up here, so he doesn't miss out on a ton. But it's still just kind of every single time we've zoomed on this mid lane, it's been trimming on like 1/5 HP. Just no matter what, and that just doesn't feel good. As a Seer.
Yeah, I mean, never underestimate like the power. Is actually Ken getting very low bullet time, forces flash and barrier out of Ken. So I'm surprised. I don't necessarily know how that exactly happened, but Ken forced the flash away as Moon actually found out here.
Taking down nice damage. Just over a half HP, but doesn't get any in return onto Gel. But probably not going to find much more Bear when he's steadfast press to flip this around. The move up from Free Curry. I guess the idea is to try to get the rest of his team ahead and sack bot, but
nice fear.
It's not feeling so great.
My goodness, Trimmy.
Shuffle Trimmy. It's been a little bit of a disaster so far for Trimmy. And actually, Gel going out to flash away from the moon. Make sure he doesn't get stunned up there, but yeah.
Yeah, the problem here is, like, obviously Leona is, like, roaming and doing things on the map, but nothing necessarily up. Even goes back, and they lose first tower. And we just saw earlier, right, like, Varus was very low in that 1v1 as well, forced to flash and use barrier. Gel does need to be a little bit more mindful here. Does not have the flash. Obviously can ult away if needed, but I just what just happened in the mid lane? Like, Trimmy, that is a play you need to be able to convert, because at the very least you force flash out of cue ball, but they don't even find that. Herald will be started though.
It will be started, and with Kin so far away, they're going to try to contest this. I'm frankly not sure why. Because there goes the Herald. It's claimed now. Freaker's going to try to find the way on Noche. Will brought the ultimate on the Alistair. Will reduce damage, stunned up. Still taking hardly any damage. It expires now. Freaker is the one to get the kill. Freaker surrounded and sought by the steadfast presence. Chains of Corruption will stop any sort of thing here, but Ken just doesn't do enough damage as is right now. Only on the Blade of the Rune King, and you know, this Bears won't be doing too much on that on-hit build from range. They'll just be fine and move away.
I kind of figured maybe Bear could have played that a little bit better to help Noche get out, but does not find the help he needs. So it will be Noche going down, but they do find themselves the Herald. Also, it looked like Glacial Void was trying to really buy time for bullet time to come back. Looked like they were a little too scared to fight without bullet time, so maybe a bit of a misplay there. They were honestly in a pretty decent position, in my opinion, to maybe force a fight there. But a little too scared, and they will lose Noche for the Herald. Again, not the worst trade in the world, as Viego is building something. There's no way my Viego is building Berserker Greaves in Game 5. Like, is that really what's happening? Yes, 2 daggers here, with the Serrated Dirk.
Serrated Dirk. What?
I don't know what's happening.
What does that build?
Drake started. We could talk about the build in just
We'll
a
talk
second.
about the build. Yeah, we'll talk about the build in a little bit. But the Drake has been started up by the side of Glacial Void. They are, looking to prevent Soul Point for the side of the Fools
nice.
5. But it's a great
nice
move
shuffle.
in from Trimmy. Good trouble, but it's not quite enough. Bullet time comes down. Doesn't nearly do enough damage. It's good mechanics, but just no damage out of the side of Glacial Void, and they don't get the dragon either, so it's Soul Point to the side of the Fools 5, as well as another 3 kills even. And the gold lead for it just gets bigger and bigger for the side of Fools 5. 18 minutes in, they're sitting at about 4k gold lead. 3, I can't.
It's okay. It's okay.
Let's not talk about that.
Look, we're casters. Okay, we're not mathematicians. All right.
This is what
just-
passing Calc 2 gets you kids. You can't even do quick math.
Who's getting a run down here? We'll be able to just barely get the word up away. Just an interesting look from Glacial Void again. Trimmy not really doing much right now on the Azir, because it's literally just a Nashor's Tooth Azir, so it's not going to be doing that much damage right now. Also, it looked like Juye was a little bit apprehensive to press bullet time earlier in the fight. Waited so long and the fight was basically over. Poppy didn't utilize the ultimate at all either, which could have been a difference maker, right? Because you can always try to force numbers advantage with Poppy ult. That is something that happens time and time again in pro play, and just not being utilized there. Spell's complete disaster for Glacial Void, as it is going to be Berserker Greaves Viego, which I don't know. I don't know about that one. Solar Flare coming out on the Bear.
Comes through, Bear stunned up. I don't think this is a play you want, and I think they did. I'm pretty sure Gel was in Vision as well, so I'm not quite sure what the decision making was there.
They're so scared. Gel could have just kept going, maybe try to force Leon Flash, but Trimmy,
I assume was there. Oh
speaking
my
of
gosh,
scared,
Trimmy. Oh no! Now someone who should be scared into Cue Ball is Trimmy. Cue Ball has been, for how little, at least when Gebetto was here, how little we've said his name throughout this whole series. Cue Ball has been one of, if not the best way. He's been consistently good anyway.
Yeah, I mean, also the biggest thing is I don't know why you're ever getting in range to get this low ever, right? Obviously, the spiraling despair is a very long range, but it's also very slow moving. I just don't know what is leading Trimmy into these trades where he's just 2 HP anytime Hoi is on his screen, he's just dead. I don't understand what's happening there. So just some mechanical misplaying. And the biggest thing is, right, you need to remind yourself you're playing Azir. You're not playing some early game assassin. You're not Kiana. You're not Akali, right? Just scale. You're playing a scaling champ. Herald gonna be used up here by Gel. Is Trimmy gonna probably get caught out potentially in the bot side? Moon is here though.
Arch comes through. Moon is here. Gel goes down. Do they even get? They don't even get the turret. Oh my god!
No
they don't
way.
Even get the turret. I don't believe it.
What are they
It is
doing?
tragic. They're trying to get the objective bounty. They tried to get the objective bounty. This is what they tried to do, and they didn't even get that. I think that's the tragic part.
Like what is like that? The tragic part is they don't get the objective bounty, but there's no reason to play for the objective bounty. Like they could have potentially turned like the dive, right? Poppy's still a bit better than Jax at this point. Tremy also did live in the bot side there to point out. I was a little worried there, but he does live. Atacon will be picked up here for full size. So full 5, I was talking about a clean game. Clean so far, 10-0. Up
yeah.
quite a lot of gold now. That's completely inflated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5.5K gold at 21.5 minutes is kind of crazy. Especially on Soul Point as well. With the Otacon, it just literally is it a perfect game? No, the bot tower was taken. It's not quite a perfect game.
Not quite the perfect game. But it's close enough in my book. It's been definitely much better than what's been shown off in this series. So props to them for this game so far. Gel goes in.
They're going to try to find a way onto Gel. The spiraling, just Spare will follow up. The Moon does get that kill. Chains of Corruption finds its way onto Noche. The ultimate will prevent him from going down, and all the while, a little bit of extra gold going into the hands of Glacial Void. I can't imagine these kills are worth too much at this point. And actually, hold on. Is that going to be Free Curry going low, going not down just yet? Kin gets the kill. The bullet time across the top. Zeus goes on a killing spree. And it's going to be the ace over to the side. It's a 5-0 ace. It's 15-0 at 23 minutes. It has been... I was expecting a little bit closer in this game 5, if I'm being completely honest.
Like the bullet time doesn't land on anyone. There were so many better opportunities for bullet time and just so scared to press the button. Gel opts to go in to like a 1v3 scenario and just dies. Is building something on Viego this game. Drake number 4 and Soul gonna be picked up here.
To add insult to injury. 23 minutes, 22 seconds.
Yeah, Soul.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, they're getting completely dominated in this lane. Also, is the Lich Bane first item Evelyn, which is a little interesting, but Rabadon's death cap being worked on. 10 stacks on the Dark Seal. Again, they haven't died. They didn't even pick up like the fact they didn't pick up a kill in the last fight is actually just so heartbreaking for Glacial Void.
It is.
Because they need something, but like they just don't understand how their comp works. Like Viego's build path this game is interesting to say the least. Some choices they've made so far this game has been pretty interesting. They just have not been able to find anything. Gel gonna get caught out again, potentially.
Gets hit by the Zenith Blade. I don't really think there's anywhere to go. Doesn't have Flash. Will use a Heartbreaker to get away instead. No ult on this Viego. I mean, at least he lives. But, I mean...
The worst part of it is that this Viego was the R5. Like, they... This is a Game 5 R5 Viego 0-4-0. It's just really, really tragic for Glacial Void.
Oh, look, the
tie it up. Yeah, Bear also gonna just die here, I would imagine.
Oh yeah, Bear's probably just dead.
I think Bear is just dead here. Poppy ults, please don't spend it. Okay, saves it.
Does not.
That's just gonna. I mean, they're wasting a lot of time here. They are working on Zeus. Spiraling Despair does hit.
Well, that'll spell the end for Bear. But Zeus now on the opposite side of the map. Oh my god, that's auto attack. That's crazy.
What?
Zeus. I mean, that's actually pretty good from Nuche. Is it enough there?
Oh, Counter-Strike. Oh no, he's about to put it around.
Zeus, don't do it. Oh my goodness. They finally get the kill. But I mean, it took way too long. That shouldn't.
Oh my god.
They get a kill.
They get a kill.
It
will be Baron. Oh my god, that was so close to being stolen.
Really
that was so close to being stolen.
Unnecessarily close.
146. 146 or 148. It was 148 when that spike came out. That is still, I mean, even if they stole it, it literally doesn't matter, I feel like. Unfortunately for Glacial Void, they find their first kill, but 10k gold lead almost here. which will for sure be over 10k once they get the top tower
Oh, Nietzsche going to have to use his
and anything
ultimate
else.
as well.
Yeah,
Dropping
this
the
is
unbreakable will.
this is. I mean, you're gonna need an unbreakable well here, I think, for Glacial Void to find anything
I think they're
back.
going to lead a little bit more than that, as Poppy's surely going to go down at this point. Yep, there's a solar flare, there's a Viego, there's the Baron Gel going down. No ult left for Nuche. There's a third. It's 21-1. The Baron pushes in the top lane. Trimmy's low. Trimmy's dead.
Oh, this is
4
game.
kills for nothing. That is game, set, and match in what has been the most dominant game of this series. I mean, every single game this series has been so close on a knife edge. I mean, the like most one-sided game was game 1, where it was close until it wasn't. Close until it wasn't. It was Glacial Void won one team fight, and then they just kept winning every single one. Other than that, this whole series has been close game after close game after close game. Like, arguably, some of them shouldn't have been as close as they were. But the point still stands that we have not seen anything like this all night. It is, I mean, well played, Fools 5 Mercenaries. Hold on. Congratulations to Fools 5 Mercenaries for making it finals. Especially in that manner.
I mean, where was this like the entire series? Like you were just mentioning it, right? Like realistically, every game is close, and this game, I guess they just said finally we have enough. Like we've had enough. And congrats to Fools 5 moving on to the finals here. As honestly, well deserved from that game. That game was for sure well deserved. Very clean, dropping a single kill. And it almost was a 1v3 turnaround.
It was
almost.
So close.
Like it was so close. If he times his Zanyas maybe a little bit better instead of just kind of like wasting it, there was a world, but almost turns it around. But
MVP.
yeah, I think Cue Ball for sure.
No, Cue Ball has been the most consistent.
Yeah, I think Cue Ball deserves that MVP. For me, definitely a highlight. Like especially like, bro, that last, even if you take away the entire series and you look at one game, and it's this game, Trimmy literally couldn't lane. I don't know if it's Trimmy's fault. I don't know if Cue Ball is just like the goat on Hui, but Trimmy just could not get like involved because he's just dying to Hui anytime Hui is even remotely close to him. And that just goes to show like how good Cue Ball can be. Again, right? If you're Fools 5, you're happy with this game 5 result. But I think you shouldn't be necessarily happy about how the series result went. Especially
counterpoint. I know game 4, we could talk. Game 4 definitely has its.
Yeah.
But Glacial Void had only lost one game.
Yeah.
Not series, one game.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Leading into this one. And to even send them to 5 in the first place, like in my head, I was like, maybe it's 3-1, maybe. Like even after game 2, I was like, yeah, Glacial Void. You know, they egoed that draft. They super hard egoed that draft. God.
Yeah.
But I was like, maybe 3-1. To take it this far, and then to also take the win, like well played, Fools 5. Surprised me, probably surprised a lot of others as well. To be in finals.
Yeah, they will be showcasing what they can do in finals here and beating a dominant Glacial Void team this season overall. I have heard things where I haven't necessarily followed BOL Gold that closely, but I have heard quite a lot of things about this Glacial Void team, and the fact they did it in such dominant fashion in that game 5 is the scariest thing. Is like they have it in them, right? They have it in them to just straight up turn it on and be such a formidable team. Glacial Void had literally no way back in the game there at all. I obviously don't think that's necessarily helped by some of the choices. Choices.
You can say R5 Viego. It's okay.
Yeah. Choices made by Glacial Void, but it's well deserved by Mercs. I think realistically, right though, like the game 4 stuff, like that stuff can't really be happening, especially moving into finals. They did show some, mental resilience where they just come in and slam even after they dropped a game they probably should have won. So that is good. And you also have now proven to yourself you can go to 5, right? Like you can play it out if it goes to 5. So I don't know. I think Merc's looking very formidable if they can keep up the performance from game 5. But if they fall into like performances like game 4, they might find themselves on the short end of the stick in the finals.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see for those finals to come. But until then, thank you for tuning in for this absolute classic of a series. I've been Isaac. Alongside me is Ozzy. Geppetto is here up for the first 4 games, and Shivam running the production behind the scenes. And again, thank you to everyone at Blue putting this tournament together. Have a good night.
Good night.